Yo, yo, what's up, everybody? I'm Starfish, and I'm happy to be here. I just found out recently that Doki Literature Club is going to be is going to be free. It may already be posted. When I checked about an hour ago, it wasn't posted yet. It's typically $14.99, so Epic Games is going to give it away for free, apparently, for Valentine's Day, which is a great gift for Valentine's Day, a funny one. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I just had some pizza and some coffee, weird combo, and some water. And I'm off today, but I have class later. I've got my classroom management college course for elementary ed. So I'm pacing myself for that because I'm trying to get through the whole read today. I Googled that it takes about 4 hours. So that's going to be a lot of mental taxation before my class. But I think it'll be okay. It's my second time reading through, so that'll be helpful. Maybe third, technically, because I did get Doki Plus, and I think I clicked through everything. But one solid time, for sure. I also brought back my old wallpaper, animated wallpaper. I'm excited for that. The OGT Daddy. Yeah, let's hop in. Dun, dun, we gotta officially start it before it will show up. Hey! Let's make sure it's showing up. Hey, come back. Dun, 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 dun. Hang on just a second, please. Hang on, just a second, please. Cause I gotta fix my hotkey. Hang on for a second, please. Toggle in-game overlay. Hang on a sec, please. Hang on a second, please. Okay. Then. Yeah, it won't show my chat. But that's okay. Okay. Hey! I see an annoying girl running toward me from the distance, waving her arms in the air, like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long? We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I would get tired of waiting. Hang on, I just want to make sure my audio is working since there's no one in chat right now. Okay. But if she's going to chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let Sayori catch up to me. I overslept again, but I caught you this time. Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. You say that like you were thinking about ignoring me. That's mean, Starfish. Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple or something. Fine. But you did wait for me after all. I guess you don't have have it in you to be mean even if you want to. Whatever you say, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute. By the way, Starfish, have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already, I'm not really interested in joining any clubs. I haven't been looking either. That's not true. You told me you would join a club this year. Did I? I'm sure it's possible that I did in one of our many conversations where I dismissively go along with whatever she's going on about. Sayori likes to worry a little too much about me when I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. I was talking about how I'm worried that you won't learn how to socialize or have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know. And I know you're happy now, but I'd die at the thought of you becoming a NEET in a few years because you're not used to the real world. You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you. All right. I'll look at a few clubs if that makes you happy. No promises, though. Will you at least promise me you'll try a little? I guess I'll promise you that. Yay! Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to ease her mind, at least a little bit, even if she does exaggerate everything inside of her head. The school day is as ordinary as ever. And it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. Sayori wants me to check out some clubs. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Hello? Sayori? Sayori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realize that I'm the only one left in the classroom. I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're even worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed. You don't need to wait up for me if it's going to make you late to your own club. Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, know what? Well, that you could come to my club. Sayori. Yeah. There's no way I'm going to your club. Meanie. Sayori is vice president of the literature club. Now that I was ever aware that she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to help start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title, Vice President. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club. Come on, please. Why do you care so much anyway? Well, I kind of told the club yesterday I would bring in a new member. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything. Don't make promises you can't keep. I can't tell if Sayori is really that much of an airhead or if she's so cunning as to have planned all of this out. I let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll stop by for a cupcake, okay? Yeah, let's go. Here we go. And thus today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. I dejectedly follow Sayori across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, being generally used for third-year classes and activities. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. Everyone, the new member is here. I told you, don't call me a new member. I glance around the room. Welcome to the literature club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sayori always says nice things about you. Seriously? You brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Ah, Starfish. What a nice surprise. Welcome to the club. All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls. What are you looking at? If you want to say something, say it. Sorry. Natsuki. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes me think she's probably a first year. She is also the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori. You can just ignore her while she gets moody. Sayori says that quietly into my ear, then turns back towards the other girls. Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club. Don't say things like that. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. And it sounds like you already know Monica, is that right? That's right. It's great to see you again, Starfish. Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically completely out of my league. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... you too, Monica. Come sit down, Starfish. We made room for you at the table, so you can sit next to me or Monica. I'll get the cupcakes. Hey, I made them. I'll get them. Sorry, I got a little too excited. Then how about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As Sayori mentioned, it's been widened so that there is one space next to Monica and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room where Natsuki grabs a wrap tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Woo! Natsuki lifts the foil off the tray to reveal a dozen white fluffy cupcakes, decorated to look like the little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolate were used to make the ears. So cute! I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki. Well, you know. Just hurry and take one. Sayori grabs one first, and then Monica, I follow. It's delicious. Sayori talks with her mouth full and has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around in my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki. Why are you thanking me? It's not like I haven't heard this before. Made them for you or anything. I thought you technically did, Sayori said. Well, maybe. But not for you, you know, dummy. All right. I give up on Natsuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcakes tray. You keep a whole tea set in the classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated, Yuri. Just trying to impress you. Tea. That's not. Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that you know, I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monica raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me. So what made you consider the literature club? I was afraid of this question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monica that I was practically dragged here by Sayori. Well, I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Sayori seemed really happy here, so... Hey, Sam! You gotta cash in your thing for Pet the Stuffy. It's a pretty quiet stream so far, so I'm happy that it's a graphic novel, because I'm kind of automatically talking by engaging with the game. So this game's perfect for this game is perfect for quiet streams. Oh, you pet the starfish? There we go. Nice one. And thanks for checking in. How's work going? That's okay. Don't be embarrassed. We'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the Literature Club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. I kind of figured doing an early stream like this, a lot of people are not home, but it's okay. I also like playing this because it helps me work on my voice acting, which is another dream of mine. Glad you've been productive. Monica, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. I'm a dreamer, all right. A stretch, all right. The guy who made that back rooms game followed me on Twitch, so that was kind of cool. Falcon! I didn't realize you were Deem Stretch. I thought that was some. Welcome, Falcon. Are you on your lunch break? Yeah, and then he retweeted me. Oh, cool. Yeah, the guy who made the Backrooms game retweeted me and said there's going to be an update to the game soon. And then I was like, can you please increase the stamina? Because I feel like I run out of it too quickly and then I get attacked. And he hearted my tweet, but he didn't respond. You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. Weren't you a leader of the debate club last year? Well, you know. To be honest, I can't stand all of the politics around the major clubs. Stamina. Oh god, I hope I didn't write stamina. Stanima. I was like, can you increase the stamina? That's just my accent. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budgets and publicly and how to prepare for events. My mom, for example, she says tavern instead of tavern, and that she claims that it's her accent. So, stamina is my accent. Yeah, but now you're going to be free of ads. You're going to be free of ads now for a little bit. It puts ads back to back, so you're in the clear. 4 ads.
Return the slab.
There it is.
Or suffer my curse.
Now my stream's cursed. Man, I don't know what kind of damage will be done. Now that you've cursed the stream and this is a cursed game, I don't know what's gonna happen. All right, Vulcan. See you later. Thanks for hanging out. So we got Vulcan stopping by, some stop by. Thank you all so much. Please jump into the chat. I'm very chatty today. Also, I love when people tell me how to play the game, genuinely, like what choices to make. So hang out, engage the chat. The one frustrating thing, though, is oh, 5 pennies is a very generous thought. I don't think it's that high. Anyway, for whatever reason, Streamlabs doesn't recognize this as like an actual game, so it's not letting me show my overlay, my chat overlay. Oh, that works. If I take it out of full screen and put it in windowed, it will let me see it. But yes, 5 pennies is a very generous thought. Can you see my, Can you guys see the little chat that's floating on my stream? It's supposed to only be for me so I can read while playing the game. Da 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 da. Hello? Okay, my chat's not showing up. Good. The one that you're not supposed to see. So now I can read my chat while I read the game. Yeah, it's supposed to be just for me. But can you see the actual chat? Oh, there it is on the right side. Yeah, but now there's like borders. Do 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 do. That's a little better. Yeah, it's on the right side. But then I have a chat that only I can see. Because when I go and play the game, I can't see Streamlabs anymore, so this chat is for me. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream. Monica really is a great leader. Yuri also nods in agreement. Then I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new, especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. Dun, 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 dun. Just gonna turn the volume down a little bit. Dun, 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 dun. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. So is work still busy with the events coming up? You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile, but it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Wow, you're busy. Busy, busy. Right, everyone? Yeah. We'll do our best. You know it. That's good. I know it was a little locked up at first. With your teammate. Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monica must have worked really hard just to find these three. Maybe that's why we're all so delighted by the idea of a new member joining. Though I still don't really know if I can keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature. So, Starfish, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga. I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. I feel better now that, I vommed, and that moved out of me. I know how it plays out. Once I vom, I'm good to go, pretty much. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story is such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people. But you know, I like a lot of things. Yeah, I ate that pizza. It was still really good. This is the original version. I decided it's just a little easier to stream the original version because the Plus has like extra features that get in the way if you're just trying to play the game. So it's the same story as the Plus version. There's just not all the extra features. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? We'll see how far I can get into it though, because reading for 4 hours is pretty tough. Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read horror books once. I desperately grasp something I can relate at the minimum level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock. Really? I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you, I guess you could say that. But if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. But this game's pretty creepy. It creeps me out. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment. I hate horror. Oh, why's that? Well, Natsuki's eyes dart over me for a split second. Never mind. That's right. You usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called Don't Say It Out Loud. And give that back. Fine. Your cupcakes, your poems, everything you do is just as cute as you are. Sayori sidles up behind Natsuki and put her hand on her shoulders. I'm not cute. Natsuki, you write your own poems? Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometimes? No. Natsuki averts her eyes. You wouldn't like them. Not a very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Have a good workout. Bye-bye. All right, we'll see how long I can take this creepiness. Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for you, for Yuri. I wanted to read everyone's poem. We all sit in silence for a moment. Okay, I have an idea, everyone. Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monica. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then, next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That's right. That way, everyone is even. Yeah, let's do it. Plus, now that we have a new member, I think it will help us all get a little more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right, Starfish? Monica smiles warmly at me once again. Hold on, there's still one problem. What's that? Now that we're back to the original topic of me joining the club, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I would join the club. Sayori may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made my decision. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All four girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. But I'm sorry, I thought, Starfish. You all... I'm defensive against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision with it like this? That is, if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls. Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Yes, I'm so happy. Sayori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey, you really did scare me for a moment. If you really just came for the cupcakes, I would be super pissed. Then that makes it official. Welcome to the literature club. Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think that we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Hey, Vulcan. Welcome back. What are you having for lunch today? And how's work going? Monica looks over at me once more. Starfish, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah, I can really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills. I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food. Hey, Starfish, since we're already here, do you want to walk home together? That's right, Sayori and I never walk home together anymore because she always stayed after school for clubs. Sure, might as well. Yay! With that, the two of us depart the club and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the girls. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monica. Roast beef, yummy. Wet, ew. Oh, nice. Do you have I guess you just buy that do you have restaurants close by to your work? Since I work in the mall and there's a Target attached, I usually buy just a salad and a snack every day. But it's pretty cool because there's also restaurants and a food court and a shopping center across the street with more restaurants. What's up, Lord? Welcome in. You had pork carnitas for the first time Sunday. I don't know if I've eaten pork carnitas. Isn't there also like chicken carnitas, like other meats? How you been, Lord? Welcome back. I had some chocolate chip Eggo waffles for breakfast, and then I had some leftover pizza for lunch right before the stream. Oh, gotcha. Well, that's convenient. Yeah, working at a mall is, it definitely has a lot of downsides. Like having to park and dealing with all the traffic of the mall goers. But it's so convenient because of all the restaurants. And the food court's okay, but I was so happy when they opened the Target there because I can literally buy anything. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. All right. Did you say that work's a little bit slower this time of year, Vulcan? I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. Yeah, I work at Apple, and they released the Vision Pro spatial computer, and I work in the stock room, and we actually have to like assemble those things because the customers measure their face, so they get a specific length headband and face cup, and I feel like there's a third piece, an extra dual band thing. So we'll get a request with all these pieces that we have to go find, unbox, throw away the trash, clip everything together, put this little paper insert to keep it like puffed out, and then seal it up. And in a best case world scenario, it takes like 5 minutes, but on average, it takes about 15 minutes to do all this. It's been so crazy. All right, you want me to make a poem for Monica? What should we choose? Dun 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 dun. Despise. Cry. Nope. Passion. Shame. Oh shoot. Inferno. Crimson. Dark. Oh shoot. I naturally pick things for Sayori. So we have 13 more. Help me pick words that go with Monica. Covet. Incongruent. She likes big words. Essence. Effulgent. Yuri. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I thought you meant Yuri. Can we change the code around and make one for Monica? I don't like Monica anyway. I like Sayori. Secretive. Literally just pick the biggest word. So, is the game free on Epic yet? Because I checked about an hour ago and it wasn't free. There we go, Vulcan. So Lord can make that happen for you, buddy. Oh, okay. So it'll be later. That's a really good deal. A $15 game for free. I made a TikTok about it. Graveyard. Misery. Oh. Sayori likes the depressing ass words. I like the mod where, I think it's called Cloud something. It focuses on the perspective of Sayori. Universe. Imagination. Determination. Frightening. Existence. Intellectual. Boom, got it. Rain clouds. Did you make that one? I enjoyed that one. I've got class at 6 p.m. tonight for classroom management, elementary ed. Hi again, Starfish. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. Don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Thanks for keeping your promise, Starfish. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you, making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oh, come on. like he deserves any slack. Sayori told me you didn't even want to join any clubs this year. And last year too. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. Oh, you did make rain clouds? I'll have to check out some of your mods though. Can you link one? But if you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it. You may have shared some of your work on my stream previously. Is that right, Lord? Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in the club room. Natsuki finds herself stuck saying Monica, and it was the animation. Yeah, that's right. You do great work. You seem to be really passionate about what you do. Manga is literature. Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back in her seat. Don't worry, guys. Starfish always gives it his best, as long as he's having fun. He helps me with busy work without me even asking, like cooking, cleaning my room. How dependable. Sayori, that's because your room is so messy, it's distracting. And you almost set your house on fire once. Is that so? You two are really good friends, aren't you? This book oddly reminds me of Ed, Edd and Eddy, because you don't see the parents, and it's kind of like kids in school. Nothing other than that, but it makes me think of Ed, Edd and Eddy. I might be a little jealous. How come? You and Starfish can become good friends too. Your most recent voice-supported production involves Yuri unknowingly drinking hallucinogenic tea. Chaos ensues. Natsuki takes advantage of Yuri's altered state of mind to try and get her to admit manga is literature, etc. Damn, you're so creative. If you ever need voiceover work, I'd love to get into that. I've never done that before. As usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the weird situation she just put me into. Oh, Yuri even brought you something today, you know. Yeah, please do. I won't charge you or anything. I just want to get experience. Wait, Sayori. Me? Not really. I was saying to some abroad earlier that I like playing this game because it kind of helps me practice my voice acting. Don't be shy. It's really nothing. What is it? Never mind. Sayori made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What do I do? I'm sorry, Yuri. I wasn't thinking. Yeah, you can whisper me on Twitch, or you can go to my Discord and hit me up. I guess that means it's up to me to rescue the situation. Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place, so any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy no matter what. Is that so? Yeah, I won't make a big deal if you don't want it to be. All right. Well, here. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention, even if you don't usually read. And we could, discuss it if you wanted. How is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Phew. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Sayori and Monica are having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet. I'm really curious to talk to Yuri a little bit more, but at the same time, I would feel bad for distracting her from reading. I catch a glimpse of the cover of her book. It looks like the same book that she lent me. More than that, she seems to be on the first few pages. I like this song. Crap. I think she noticed me looking at her. She sneaks another glance at me, and her eyes meet for a split second. But that only makes her hide her face deeper in her books. Sorry. I was just spacing out. I mutter this, sensing I made her uncomfortable. Oh? It's fine. If I was forced, then I probably would have noticed in the first place. But I'm just rereading a bit of this, so... That's the book that you gave me, right? Mm-hmm. I wanted to reread some of it. Not for any particular reason. Just curious, how come you have 2 copies of the same book? Well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday, that's not what I meant. I mean, I just happened to buy 2 of them. I see. There's something fairly obvious that Yuri isn't telling me. I just realized that the video I linked you to before was the unpublished work I used in the illegal tea. Ah! Oh, please do. We're going to have an ad break, but I'm going to snooze it. Yeah, you could definitely send that over. There's something fairly obvious here that Yuri isn't telling me, but I decided to let it go. I'll definitely start reading it soon. Thanks so much. Yeah, I'll check it out, and please don't hesitate to reach out if you have something you think I can read. I'm glad to hear. Once it starts to pick up, you might have a hard time putting it down. It's a very engaging and relatable story. Is that so? What's it about, anyway? Well, Yuri closes the book and scans her eyes over the back. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous-looking eye symbol on the front of the cover. All right. I just wanted to make sure I don't accidentally give anything away. Basically, it's about this girl in high school who moves in with her long-lost younger sister. But as soon as she does so, her life gets really strange. She gets targeted by these people who escaped from a human experiment prison. And while her life is in danger, she needs to desperately choose who to trust. No matter what she does, she ends up destroying most of her relationships, and her life starts to fall apart. That's kind of dark, isn't it? Yuri made it sound like it was going to be a nice story, so that dark turn came out from nowhere. Yuri gently giggles all of a sudden. Are you not a fan of that sort of thing, Starfish? No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy those kind of stories, so don't worry. I hope so. I totally forgot that Yuri is into those things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. It's just that those kind of stories, they challenge you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, not just because of someone wants to be evil, but because they have their own goals or their own philosophy that they believe in. Then, suddenly, when you thought you related to the protagonist, they're made out to be naive one for letting their one-sided morals interfere with the villain's plans. I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything. Well, I guess it's all right then, but I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. So I'm sorry if I ended up saying something strange. And please stop me if I start talking too much. I really don't think you need to worry. That just means that you're passionate about reading. The least I can do is listen. It's a literature club after all. That's true. In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right? You don't have to. What are you saying? Just a moment ago, you said you were looking forward to it. Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I had put in my bag. All right. It's fine if I sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri. Yeah. Are you for sure? You seem a little apprehensive. I'm sorry. That's not that I don't want you to. It's just something I'm not very used to. That is, reading in company with someone. I see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything. All right. I open the book and start the prologue. I soon understand what Yuri means about reading in company. It's as if I can feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing, maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. Yuri's in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. It looks like she's reading from a book instead. Sorry, I was just... Yuri, you really apologize a lot, don't you? I do? I don't really mean to. Sorry. I mean, this should work, right? I slide my desk until it's up against Yuri's, then hold my book more between the two of them. I suppose so. Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Once we each lean in a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. It feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right hand to hold the book open. I guess that makes it kind of difficult to turn the page. Here. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. I do the same thing with my right arm on the right side of the book. That way I turn a page and Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips her side. All right, enjoy the rest of your work day. I might still be on when you're done, I'm not sure, depending on how long this takes and if I can stand doing the whole thing. Thanks for stopping by twice. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer together than before. We'll see if I can last that long. It's actually kind of distracting me. It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face, and she's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? To turn the page? Sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face again, and our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her. That's okay. You're not as used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer. It's probably the least I can do, since you've been so patient with me. Yeah, thanks. We continue to read. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she finishes the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side, and she catches it under her own thumb. Hey, Yuri, this might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit. You think so? How does she? Well, I guess she's more blunt in a lot of ways. But she also second guesses a lot of the things that she says and does. Like she's afraid she'll do something wrong. It's not like I can see into your head or anything, but they're kind of reminiscent of some of your mannerisms. I see. Yuri remains silent for a moment. But Starfish, that's probably a terrible thing to have in common with her. That's so embarrassing that you would think that. What? Wait. I didn't mean it in a bad way or anything. Sorry. I really didn't know you were self-conscious about that sort of thing. I guess I more meant that it's kind of cute. What are you saying all of a sudden? Okay, everyone. I think it's about time we share today's poems with each other. We might not have enough time if we wait too long. Yuri exhales, spared from finishing her thought. Is that all right, Yuri? You look kind of down. I'm sorry if you haven't been looking forward to this. It's fine. Yuri releases her hand from the book, causing it to close on top of my thumb. All right. I guess I'll do some more reading tonight. Or would you prefer I only read it with you? I guess I don't have too much of a preference either way. In that case, I'll read a little more tonight. It'll be more fun to read with you after it picks up a bit, you know? That's good reasoning. In that case, feel free to finish the first 2 chapters in your own time. All right. I stand up. I make a mental note of where I left off in the book, then slip it back into my bag. By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night? Yeah. My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration since I'd never really done this before. Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with? I can't wait. Sayori and Monica enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sayori is on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monica wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monica's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. All right, I'm going to refill my coffee and get some water. I'll be right back. Drop the starfish. Let's start with Natsuki's. She's the easiest. I told Natsuki I was interested in her poem yesterday. It's probably only fair if I shared mine with her first. Starfish, if you're not going to take this club seriously, then go home. What? Harsh. What you expect me to believe that you actually put effort into this? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not a writer. Damn, she's mean. Maybe it's not very good, but I did put effort in. We all start somewhere, right? If you're still proud of this first poem you ever wrote, then I'd like to read it. Painful to think about. Fine. Well, sorry. You'll be better anyway. I tell you what to improve, but you're better off just trying again. Fair enough. Well, to each their own, I guess. Anyway, I guess I gotta share mine now, knowing you'll probably think it's stupid. Eagles can fly. Monkeys can climb. Crickets can leap. Horses can race. Owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try, but that's about it. So you're gonna trash my poem and show me that? Yeah, I told you that you weren't gonna like it. I like it. What? Just be honest. I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it? Well, because. Everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff, so people don't even take my writing seriously. But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid. Yes, exactly. I like it when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem, seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it. I understand, but the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess more went into it than I realized. That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you? Yeah, I guess not. I decided to humor her with the last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki's feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. Who should we read next? This is a good poem, Starfish. Are you sure it's your first time? Of course. It's not that good. Am I the kind of guy who would be writing poems in his spare time? I guess you're right. But that's why it's impressed me. Well, to be honest, I was afraid that you wouldn't do it seriously, or that you wouldn't write one at all. I'm really happy that you wrote it down. It just reminds me of how you're really a part of the club now. Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Well, of course, I'm not really into it yet. But that doesn't mean I'll break my promise. See? It's like I said before, Starfish. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people. That's something that only really good people do. Thanks. I'm not sure if Sayori sees the full picture of my motives here. Then again, I can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined. Knowing how much this means to her and all, yeah, and I'm gonna make sure that you have a lot of fun here, okay? That will be my way of thanking you. Alright, I'm going to hold you to that then. Yay! Now you'll read my poems too, right? Don't worry, I'm really bad at this. We'll see about that. Dear Sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? I look above, the sky is blue. It's a secret. I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever. But I'm not mad. I want breakfast. Wow. Sayori, this is just like... Wait. Did you wait until this morning to write this? No. Just a little bit. You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question. I forgot to do it last night. Well, at least that makes me feel a little better about myself. Don't be mean. I still tried my best. Yeah. I didn't mean to say that it was a bad poem. It came out nice. Or, how should I put it? It sounds just like you. Really? Yeah. Especially that last line. I made eggs and toast. Even though you were late to school, it's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky. Well, I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me. This is so much fun. Monica's the best. Ah, yeah. But next time, I won't forget. And I'm gonna write the best poem ever. Well, I guess I look forward to it. Alright, so I think it's Yuri, but I'm pretty sure I can't read either one of their handwriting because I can't read cursive very well. As Yuri reads the poem, I noticed her eyes lighten. Exceptional. Ah, what was that? Did I say that out loud? Yuri first covers her mouth, but then ends up covering her whole face. He's going to hate me. You really didn't do anything wrong, Yuri. Huh? I guess you're right. What am I getting so nervous for? Yuri takes a breath. So, what kind of writing experience do you have? Your use of imaginary and imagery and metaphors indicates you've written a lot of poetry before. Really? Well, that's a huge compliment coming from you. This is actually my first time, really. Huh? Yuri stares at me blankly, then looks at my poem again. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Starfish. We're doing a reading of Doki Doki Literature Club. Doki Doki Plus is going to be given away for free by Epic Games today around 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we're looking forward to that. So I figured it'd be a good reason to reread. Well, I know that. I just mean, Yuri trails off, unable to find an excuse. She traces her finger along the word in the poem as if breaking it down more thoroughly. Yeah. Okay. This is the reason I was able to tell. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick up writing styles separate from the topic. And the end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stamina is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are many different skills and techniques that go into writing, even a simple poem. Not just finding them, but building them. But getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little bit biased, though. Biased? How? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry. It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Yuri smiles dreamily, as if there's a rare opportunity for her, which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? Yeah, I can't read cursive very well. Ghost under the light. The something of my hair. If anyone in chat can read this, please do. Breath of the amber glow. Battling. It must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe calm, breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light thickens. The light flickers. I flicker back. Feel like I got a good chunk of that. I'm sorry, I have such a terrible handwriting. No, it's actually really good. I just can't read cursive. What? I wasn't thinking that at all. But it took you a long time to read. Ah, well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty. Huh? That's a relief. Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive. It wasn't too short. I usually write longer poems. Not at all. I'm really glad you liked it. I'll be honest. Since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri? Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Starfish. Really? I must have totally missed the point. Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poems poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost, lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past, and soon to be left with nothing. That's a lot more solemn, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive, huh? It's nothing, really. Yours was impressive too, so nah. If anything, I could probably learn a thing or two from you. You think so? Of course. You know, I was really nervous about doing all this, but in the end, I enjoyed it. I'm going to keep my best for you, Starfish. Me too. And last but not least, Monica. Hi, Starfish. Having a good time so far? Yeah. Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? All right, I'll keep that in mind. Of course I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, want to share your poem with me? It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, Starfish. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon. I'm still at it. How was your workout time? And did you get a chance to eat? I'm still at it. Yeah, that's true. I hand Monica my poem. Yeah, this person who was in my chat before, Lord, they make animations and mods of this game. And they sent me some of their work, and I asked if I could do some voice work for one of their projects. So it's good practice. Only a little sweaty. So you must have killed it then on the treadmill. Are you having a salad today? Great job, Starfish. I was going, oh, in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way, it always counts when I put in some effort. That's right. Voiceover work. And being a referee. That's right. I have that all the time, every day too. Not the sad Starfish. I am dying. That's not very fair. Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Unlike Sayori, who likes using simple and direct words to describe happiness and sadness. Yuri likes it when readers are left to derive their own meaning out of it. It's very challenging to write like the effectively, both allowing people to get something out of just by feel, or letting them deeply analyze all of the nuance. It could take years of practice, which I'm assuming Yuri has at this point. I never really asked though. I'm sure I'm nowhere near her level yet. Don't worry so much about that. You do your own thing. Not the sad Starfish is rolling in. Yeah, but the it's like, I guess not sad, but like eyes are welling up. Tears of joy. You're killing it. Just keep exploring and learn by trying new things. I'm sure I'll end up trying different things a lot. It could take a while before I feel comfortable doing this. That's okay. I'd love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a little bit biased towards their own kind of styles. But I'll always help you find what suits you the most. So don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. It's not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, that's because I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know? I see. Well, let's read it then. I can never read her or Yuri's handwriting. Hole in wall. It couldn't have been me. See the direction the sparkle protrudes? A noisy neighbor, an angry boyfriend. I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel blind like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retina's already scorched with a permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep, stretching forever into everything, a hole of infinite choices. I realized now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out, and he on the other side was looking in. Wow. Wow. So what do you think? It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. It's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I was kind of an epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice today. Thanks for listening. Phew! Guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. But it's as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monica are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They're gingerly exchanging sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. What's with this language? Did I say something? Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand. I guess you could say this. It's fancy. Thanks. Yours is cute. Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice. You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but I really didn't come out nice at all. Well, I do have a couple of suggestions. If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone I actually liked. If I actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Sayori liked it, and Starfish did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all, excuse me? I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect to change anytime soon, unless, of course, I come across something particularly inspiring, which I haven't yet. And Starfish liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri. Huh? That's not what, you're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Starfish appreciated my advice more than he appreciated yours. Huh? And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself? No. If I was full of myself, I wouldn't deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Is everyone okay? Well, you know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Starfish started showing up. Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you. I don't like fighting guys. Suddenly, both girls turned towards me, as if they just noticed I was standing there. Starfish! She's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate the simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point in making your poems all convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out of the reader, not force them to have to figure it out. Help me explain to her, Starfish. Wait, there's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meaning the most effectively. Avoiding them is not unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, Starfish? Well? How did I get dragged into this in the first place? It's not like I know anything about writing, but whoever I agree with, they'll probably think more highly of me. So, of course, that's going to be... Natsuki glares at me, dyeing up any words I had in my mouth. So instead, I turn to Yuri. Yuri? But Yuri's expression is so defenseless that I can't bring myself to say anything to her. Sayori? Yeah? Everyone's fighting is making Sayori uncomfortable. How can the two of you keep fighting when you know you're making your friends feel like this? Starfish? Well, that's her problem. This isn't about her. I agree. It's unfair for others to inject their own feelings into our conflict. Yeah, unless Sayori wants to tell Yuri what a stuck-up jerk she's being. She would never. It's your immaturity that made her upset in the first place. Excuse me? Are you listening to yourself? This is exactly why nobody likes... Stop! Natsuki, Yuri, you guys are my friends. I just want everyone to get along and be happy. My friends are wonderful people, and I love them because of their differences. Natsuki's poems, they're amazing because they give you so many feelings with just a few words. And Yuri's poems are amazing because they paint beautiful pictures in your head. Everyone's so talented. So why are we fighting? Because, well, also... Natsuki's cute, and there's nothing wrong with that. And Yuri's boobs are the same as they always were. Big and beautiful. Sayori! Sayori stands triumphantly. Monica stands behind her with a bewildered expression. I'll make some tea. Yuri rushes off. Natsuki sits down with a blank expression on her face, staring at nothing. So this is why Sayori is vice president, I whisper to Monica. She nods in return. To be honest, I might come off as a good leader and I can organize things. But I'm not very good with people. I couldn't even bring myself to interject. As president, that's kind of embarrassing of me. Nah. It's not like I can blame you. I wasn't able to say anything either. Well... I guess that just means Sayori is amazing in her own way, isn't she? You could say that. She might be an airhead, but sometimes it's weirdly suspicious that she knows exactly what she's doing. I see. Take good care of her, okay? I would hate to see her get herself hurt. That makes two of us. You can count on me. Monica smiles sweetly at me, causing my stomach to knot. Such a genuine person really does make a good president, regardless of what she says. If only I could get the chance to talk to her a little more. Okay, everyone, it's just about time for us to leave. How did you all feel about sharing poems? It was a lot of fun. Well, I'd say it was worth it. It was alright. Well, mostly. Starfish, how about you? Yeah, I'd say the same. It was a neat thing to talk about with everyone. Awesome. In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow, and maybe you'll learn you learn something from your friends too. So your poems will turn out even better. I think to myself, I did learn a little bit more about the kinds of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination. Starfish. Ready to walk home? Sure, let's go. Sayori beams at me. It truly has been a while since Sayori and I have spent that much time together. I can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. Sayori, about what happened earlier. What do you mean? You know, between Yuri and Natsuki? That kind of thing happened often? No. That really is the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you? No, I don't hate them. I just wanted your opinion, that's all. I can see why they'd make good friends, though. Phew. You know, Starfish, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club. But I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. I think everyone really likes you, too. That's... Every day is going to be so much fun. It looks like Sayori still has caught on to the kind of situation I'm in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but does it really stop there? We'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayori. I pat Sayori on the shoulder. I said that more to myself than to help her, but it's easy to use Sayori as an internal monologue sometimes. Okay, yeah, let's do this. All right, poem number 2. There we go. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past few days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Hi, Starfish. Yo, Sayori. Looks like you're in a good mood today. I'm just still not used to you being in the club, that's all. I see. That's a pretty simple thing to get you in a good mood, but I guess it always is the simple things with you anyway. Speaking of which, I'm kind of hungry. Will you come with me to buy a snack? No thanks. That's not like you at all. I have my reasons. Why don't we take a look at your purse, Sayori? Why is that, all of a sudden? No reason, really. I just wanted to look at it. Sayori nervously retrieves her coin purse. She fumbles with the latch and gets it open. Then she turns it upside down and lets its contents spill out onto the desk. Only 2 small coins fall out. I knew it. I can see right through you, Sayori. That's not fair. How did you even know? It's simple. If you had enough money in the first place, you would have bought a snack before coming into the classroom. So either you're not hungry and wanted to excuse to take a walk, or you plan to conveniently forget that you spent all your money so that I would... But there's one more thing. You're always hungry, and so that only leaves the one option. What? I give up. Don't make me feel guilty. If you feel guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty. Yuri suddenly giggles. Huh? I didn't notice that she was listening in. Her face is in her book as always. I wasn't listening or anything. It was just something in my book. Yuri? Tell Starfish to let me borrow some money. Don't get me involved like that, Sayori. Besides, you should only buy what you can responsibly afford. And frankly, after pulling mischievous little stunt like that, your suffering is fair enough retribution. I didn't mean that. I got too absorbed in my book. I really like when you're speaking your mind, Yuri. It doesn't happen much, but it's a fun side of you. There's no way you could think that. You were right, though. I did something bad, and now I have to accept the retribution. That's still coming from you, Sayori. I guess there's a little devil inside of us, isn't there? Don't let her fool you. Sayori knows exactly what she's doing. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me to the club before she even told me. Welcome, everybody. I'm Starfish. We're doing a reading of Doki Doki, and Doki Doki Plus will be free today around 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Epic Games website. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me to the club before she even told me. But you wouldn't have come if it were for the cupcakes. So I had to trick Natsuki into making them. Come on. Give me more credit than that, Sayori. Whoa. What? Out of nowhere, something smacks Sayori in the face and tumbles onto the desk. Ow! What was... a cookie? Sure enough, it's a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Sayori glances around. Is this a miracle? It's because I paid my retribution. Actually, that one almost worked. I was just gonna give it to you, but then I heard you blab about the cupcakes. It was totally worth seeing your reaction, though. Natsuki! That's so nice of you. I'm so happy. Sayori hugs the cookie. Geez, just eat it. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big bite. So good. Sayori suddenly clasps her hands over her mouth. I bit my tongue. You're going through a lot over just one cookie. Natsuki takes a bite of her own cookie. Yours looks really good too, Natsuki. Can I try it? Jeez. Beggars can't be choosers. But yours is chocolate. Yeah. Why do you think I gave you that one? Fine. Still, I'm really happy that you shared this one with me. Sayori gets out of her seat and goes behind Natsuki, then wraps her arms around her. Geez. I get it. Cookie still in hand, Natsuki reaches up to nudge Sayori off of her. Sayori suddenly leans down and takes a bite out of Natsuki's cookie. Hey, did you seriously just do that? Mouthful, Sayori trots away safely. Yuri and I laugh as well. Geez, you're such a kid sometimes. Monica, can you tell Sayori? Natsuki glances around. Monica isn't in the club room. Ugh. Where's Monica anyway? Good question. Have any of you heard anything about her being late today? Not me. I haven't either. That's a bit unusual. I hope she's okay. Of course she's okay. She probably just had something to do today. She's pretty popular after all. You don't think she has I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably more desirable than all of us combined. That's true. Excuse me? Suddenly the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry. There you are. I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything. Monica chose the club over her boyfriend after all. You're so strong-willed. Boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about? Monica quizzically glances at me. Ah, never mind that. What held you up anyway? Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kind of just lost track of time. That makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring at least. I must have heard it since I was practicing piano. Must not have heard it. Piano? I wasn't aware that you play music as well. I don't really. I kind of just started recently. I have always wanted to learn piano. That's right. That's so cool. You should play something for us, Monica. Monica looks at me. Maybe once I get a little bit better, I will. Yay. That sounds cool. I'd also look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Starfish. Monica smiles sweetly. Ah. I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that. Don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently, and I'd really love the chance to share once I'm ready. I see. In that case, best of luck. Thanks. So I didn't miss anything, did I? Not really. I choose to leave out Sayori's mischievous escapade. I'm sure Natsuki will end up complaining to her. It looks like everyone has already settled down. Sayori somehow already finished her entire cookie. Yuri is back to her book, and Natsuki disappeared into the closet. Man, it looks like no one wants to be bothered today. I slump down into the nearest desk. How am I supposed to occupy myself with something literature-related by myself like this? I guess I could always read some of the book Yuri gave me, but I'm feeling a little too tired to read. I could probably fall asleep right now. I close my eyes and end up listening in on Sayori's conversation with Monica. We're probably going to seem really lame compared to all the other clubs, though. Well, we can't give up. The festival is our chance to show everyone what literature is all about. The problem is that the idea of literature clubs sounds too dense and intellectual, but it's not like that at all, you know? We just need a way of showing that to everyone. Something that speaks to their creative minds. That doesn't solve the problem, though. What do you mean? Even if we come up with the most fun thing ever, nobody will come up in the first place if it's a literature event. So, it's more important to figure out how to get people to show up in the first place, you know? And after they come, we can do the thing to speak to their creative minds. What's this? Sayori is taking this really seriously. It's rare to hear her deliberating like this. Huh? That's a good point. In that case, do you think the food will do the trick? What kind? Well, I guess we could... Cupcakes. Oh, good thinking. Natsuki would love to do that. You're right. Natsuki makes the best cupcakes. That works out perfectly. That wasn't why you suggested it? Cupcakes speak to my creative tummy. Cupcakes it is, then. I'm hungry. Anyway, we still need to work out the details of the event itself. I find myself smiling. In the end, Sayori is still her usual self. But therein lies the unexpected reason I admire her. Unlike me, who has trouble finding any motivation at all, Sayori can put her mind to the things and make them come to life. I suppose that's why I end up letting her get on my case about things. I can't help but wonder what it would be like to see the world through her eyes. Ooh. I open up my eyes to find Sayori's face filling my vision. I nearly fall out of my chair. Ah, sorry. Wait. Actually, I'm not sorry at all. It's your fault for sleeping like that. This isn't napping club. Does our school have a napping club? You're staying up late again, aren't you? Now that you're in a club, you're going to have less time for anime, you know. You'll need to get used to it. Don't say that so loud. I glance over my shoulder to see if Monica overheard. It's true, though. Yeah. I know. You're always looking out for me, Sayori. It's what I do best. That's a problem. What about you? You look out for me better than you look out for yourself. You're still oversleeping every day, aren't you? Not every day. That's not convincing. How many days this past week have you gotten up on time? It's a secret. I knew it. Come on. At least give me the benefit of the doubt. I can't even do that. Look, Sayori, it's written all over your... Huh? Sayori glances around at herself. How is it written all over me? You were clearly in a rush this morning. Look at your hair is sticking out all around here. I run my fingertips down the side of Sayori's hair, trying to straighten it out. Man, you really need a brush for this. My hair is just really hard to get right. I won't fall for that. There's more than just your hair. Look at your bow. Look, your bow isn't straight either. And there's a toothpaste stain on your collar. I try to wipe off the stain with my fingers, but nobody would ever notice that. Of course they would. Nobody's going to tell you about it because they don't want to embarrass you. Fortunately, I really don't care about that. Hey, you meanie. And you don't even keep your blazer buttoned up. Seriously, Sayori? Why do you think that you don't have a boyfriend yet? Got her! That's super mean. Sorry, but you'll thank me later. I start to button her blazer from the bottom. Once you see how much better it looks, you'll change your mind. This is so funny. What is? Well, I was just thinking how weird it is to have a friend who does these kinds of things. Huh? Don't say that. You'll make me feel weird about it, stupid. It's okay, though. I'm happy we're like this. Aren't you? I guess. Hey, be careful. The button might come off. Why is this so hard to close? I struggle to fully close the button near her chest. Does this even fit you properly? It did when I bought it. If you ever buttoned it, you would have noticed sooner that it doesn't fit you anymore. What are you smiling about? It means my boobs got bigger again. Don't say that out loud. Anyway, you look much better now, so, why does it feel strange to see Sayori's blazer buttoned up like that? But it's so stuffy. It's not worth it at all. Sayori hastily unbuttons her blazer once more. That's so much better. Sayori puts her arms and twirls around. So if I keep it unbuttoned, then I won't get a boyfriend, right? What kind of logic is that? And why are you saying that like it's a good thing? Because if I had a boyfriend, then he wouldn't even let you do things like this. And you take care of me better than anyone else would anyway. So that's why I'm keeping it unbuttoned. Stop saying all these embarrassing things. Huh? I didn't say anything embarrassing. Anyway, just focus on trying to wake up a little earlier. Only if you focus on going to bed earlier. Fine, fine. It's a deal. I guess we really are better at taking care of each other than we are taking care of ourselves. Yeah, I guess, huh? So maybe you should come wake me up in the morning. You're doing it again, Sayori. Oh, but I was joking this time. Man, it's impossible to tell with you sometimes. Okay, everyone. Why don't we share the poems we wrote now? Yay, Starfish, I can't wait to read yours. Yeah, same. I fail to sound enthusiastic, but Sayori still trots away to retrieve her poem. Alright, let's start with Natsuki again. Super easy poems. Well, I can admit that it's better than the last one. It's nice to see that you're putting in some effort. That's good. Come to think of it, this kind of reminds me of Sayori's poem from yesterday. You think so? Yeah, well, I guess if you've been friends with her for so long, you might be on the same wavelength. But you never really struck me as her type. Sayori has a type all of a sudden? Well, I don't know, but honestly, how can someone so fluffy spend so much time with someone like you? Yeah, she loves trashing me. It's like she's dragging around dead weight. That was a little unnecessary. But think of it this way. If it weren't for me, she'd probably just fly away like letting go of a balloon. You could say we each take care of each other in our own way. Whatever it is, I don't get it. Oh yeah, I guess I'm supposed to show you my poem. Here. Amy likes spiders. You know what I heard about Amy? Amy likes spiders. Icky, wriggly, hairy, ugly spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a cute singing voice. I heard her singing my favorite love song. Every time she sang the chorus, my heart would pound to the rhythm of the words. But she likes spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. One time I hurt my leg really bad. Amy helped me up and took me to the nurse. I tried not to let her touch me. She likes spiders, so her hands are probably gross. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. I always see her talking to people. She probably talks about spiders. What if her friends start to like spiders too? That's why I'm not friends with her. It doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. It doesn't matter if she keeps it private. It doesn't matter if it doesn't hurt anyone. It's gross. She's gross. The world is better off without spider lovers, and I'm going to tell everyone. Yikes. Not bad, right? It's quite a bit longer than yesterday's. Yesterday's was way too short. I was just warming up. I hope you didn't think that that was the best I could do. No, of course not. Anyway, the message is pretty straightforward in this poem. I doubt I have to explain it. Sometimes you can explain complicated issues with much simpler analogies, and it helps people realize how stupid they're being. Like anyone would agree that the subject of this poem is an ignorant jerk. Do you know people like that? Of course, it's about how everyone thinks That doesn't matter. It can be about anything. I wrote it to be easy to relate to. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or guilty pleasure. Something that you're afraid if people find out, they make fun of you or think less of you. But that just makes people stupid. Who cares what someone likes as long as they're not hurting anyone? It makes them happy. I think people really need to learn to respect others for liking weird things. Well, you're definitely right. At least I can relate to that, and I'm sure a lot of people can too. It's what I do best, after all. I don't like writing unless there's a good message to take away from it. Like conveying emotions is important, but I want to make people think, not just feel. Remember that. I'm gonna write a good one for tomorrow, too, so look forward to it. Oh my goodness, this is so good, Starfish. I love it, especially after yesterday's poem. You're too honest sometimes, Sayori. No, but really, I want to put this on my wall. Can I? Sayori, you must be seriously overreacting. I'm not a good writer at all. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing. Well, maybe that's why. Because I have no idea what I like either. Jeez, I'm sure Yuri's opinion has to be a little more constructive than this. Maybe even Natsuki's. Are you sure you don't like it just because I wrote it? Well, I'm sure that it's part of it. I think I understand you better than a lot of other people you know. So, when I read your poem, it's not just a poem. It's a starfish poem. And that makes it feel extra special. Like I can feel your feelings in it. Sayori hugs the sheet against her chest. You're so weird, Sayori. Well, I'm not very good at figuring out if poems are good or bad. But that's why I just go by my heart. If it makes me feel things, then it must be a good poem. I'm not sure that's exactly how it works. Then again, I guess conveying feelings is a pretty important part of the whole thing. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I don't even know what kind of writing you like in the first place. Me neither. Ugh. Why don't you at least try giving it some thought? Oh, you want to write something for me? That's so sweet. Yeah, right. But you're always thinking about other people. You need to think about yourself once in a while. If you don't, you might end up getting hurt at some point. Huh? Well, I don't really know what you mean, but I'll try to keep it in mind. Well, whatever. Anyway, let's see. I guess I like happy poems. Wait, sometimes I feel like sad poems too. Sometimes a little bit of both. There's a word for that, right? What's the word I'm looking for? Bittersweet. Yeah. I like things that are happy and things that are sad. Happy and sad. I can't see you liking something like sad, Sayori. Well, I like happy the most. But sometimes when you have a little rain cloud in your head, a sad poem can help give the rain cloud a little hug and make a nice, happy rainbow. Sayori, that's unexpectedly poetic. Is it? It is? Maybe I'm getting better at expressing my feelings after all. Thanks, Starfish. I should go write down then. You can read my poem now, okay? Bottles. I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's the secret place where I keep all my dreams, little balls of sunshine, all rubbing together like a bundle of kittens. I reach inside my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tingly, but there's no time to waste. I put it in a bottle to keep it safe, and I put the bottle on the shelf with all of the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts in a bottle, all in a row. My collection makes me a lot of friends, each bottle of starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friends feel a certain way. Down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friends after friends, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go, like exploring a dark cave on discovering the secrets hiding in the nooks and crannies. Digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow dust off my bottle caps. It doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally, all done, I open up and in come my friends. In they come in such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf, one after the other, holding them out to each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the title of my feet. Against the tile of my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts in shards all over the floor. They were supposed to be my friends who aren't smiling. They're all shouting, pleading something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo inside my head. Holy crap. Sayori, did you really write this? Of course I did. Didn't I tell you yesterday I was going to write down the best poem ever? Yeah, but I didn't expect something like this coming from you. Monica taught me a whole lot, and I've been really in touch with my feelings recently. I see that. It's almost kind of creepy. Creepy? Well, not exactly. Maybe because I'm so used to you being cheerful. Well, never mind. I'm thinking too hard about it. The point is, it came out good, so you should be proud of it. Thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little bit better. Writing is like magic. You've gotten pretty passionate about this, huh? I hope you keep it up. Yeah, writing's the best. I'm gonna keep writing until I die. Don't get ahead of yourself. Sayori always had a habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it no more than a week later. I wonder if this is one of those times. But seeing the passion in her eyes is making it hard for me to be pessimistic. Let's see what you've written for today. This is pretty good, Starfish. Were you influenced by seeing everyone's writing styles yesterday? I guess you could say that. I was also a bit surprised by how different everyone writes. So I respect you for trying new things. You don't need to be afraid to be a little more daring. Metaphors can go a long way. Don't feel like you need to work your brain like turning a bunch of gears. Try letting your mind wander through your feelings. And write down the things you see and hear. That's one way to truly enable your reader to see into your mind. It's a very intimate exercise, I see. That's a certain interesting technique. Certainly an interesting technique. Thanks for sharing. I have, an example of that if you'd like to read it. Of course. Is this the poem you wrote for today? Yuri nods and timidly hands me her poem. The Raccoon. It happened in the dead of night while I was slicing bread for a guilty snack. My attention was caught by a scuttering of a raccoon outside my window. That was, I believe, the first time I noticed my strange tendencies as I gave the raccoon a piece of bread, my subconscious well aware of consciousness, well aware that a raccoon that is always come back for more. The exciting beauty of my cutting knife was the symptom. The bread, my heavenly curiosity. The raccoon, outrage. The more, I can't read cursive well, the more increments its phase and reflect that much more light off of my cutting knife. The very same light that glistens in the eyes of my raccoon friend. I slice the bread fresh and soft. The raccoon becomes excited. Oh, perhaps my projecting my emotions out onto the newly satisfied animal. The raccoon has taken to following me. You could say that we've gotten quite used to each other. The raccoon becomes more and more frequently, so my bread is always hearty. Every time my cutting knife, the raccoon shows me its excitement. A rush of blood, classic Pavlovian conditioning. I slice the bread and I feel myself again. I was a little more daring with this one than yesterday. I can see that. It's a lot more metaphorical. I don't know if it's my fault, but I can't begin to imagine what the poem is about. That's right. It's a bit closer to my preferred writing style. Using the poem as a canvas to express vivid imagery and conveying emotions through them. Yeah, if I take it at face value, then I can't even figure out what it's supposed to mean. Well, I think it's something that different people can relate to in their own way. I wanted to express the way it feels for me to indulge in my more unusual hobbies. It's those sorts of things I'm usually forced to keep to myself. So I sometimes enjoy writing about them. That's funny. Didn't Natsuki also write something about that? About someone being ridiculed for a strange interest? She did, yeah. She was talking about how it doesn't matter what you're into as long as you're not hurting anybody. She's right. I mean, does she really feel that way? Yeah. Sounds like you two have a lot that in common. That's interesting. To me, she seemed like the kind of person who would make fun of my hobbies. But I suppose that my fault for judging, isn't it? Please don't tell her I said that. Don't worry, I have no reason to. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing it with me. After all, if I hadn't learned to embrace my own weirdness, I would probably hate myself. I might be ranting a little bit now, but I'm glad that you're a good listener. And Monica. Hi again, Starfish. How's the writing going? Alright, I guess. I'll take that, as long as it's not going bad. I'm happy that you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece. I wouldn't count on that. You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today? Sure, here you go. I give my poem to Monica. All right. I like this one. Makes me think of something Sayori would like. Is that so? You and Sayori are really good friends, right? Wouldn't be surprised if you had those sort of things in common. Well, we may be good friends, but Sayori and I are actually really different. Well, that may be the case, but maybe there are also some similarities that you wouldn't expect. The way she talks about you, it sounds like you two are really care about each other's well-being. Even if you show it in different ways, it ends up being more similar than you'd think. So I think that that's the kind of vibe I get when reading your poem. You sure you're not reading into it too much? I could be. Oh gosh, I sound like Yuri. But in any case, Sayori's writing has a kind of gentle feel to it. I can tell that she likes exploring with emotions like happiness and sadness. Who knew that someone so happy would enjoy sad things too? Yeah, that's totally unexpected. Well, to each their own. And you shouldn't be afraid to experiment a little bit either. But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. All right, let's take a look. Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors, flashing, expanding, piercing, red, green, blue, an endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms, speaking, screeching, piercing, sine, cosine, tangent, like playing a chalkboard on a turntable, like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Load me. It's even more abstract than your last one, huh? I guess it's just the way I write. I'm sorry if you don't like it. No, I never said that. It's just the kind of thing I've never really seen before, I guess. I kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Choosing where and how to space your words can totally change the mood of the poem. It's almost like magic. The way I wrote the lines, really short, makes it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise. I see. It's still hard for me to tell what it's about, though. Sometimes asking what a poem is about isn't the right question. A poem can be an abstract as a physical expression of a feeling, or a conversation with the reader. So putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing difficult decisions. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know. You never know when you might change your mind. How meta. Or when something unexpected may happen. Wait, is this the tip? Is this tip even about writing? What am I even talking about? That's like the first boundary break. Creepy. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? I have something extra planned today, so if everyone could come sit at the front of the room. Is this about the festival? Well, sort of. Do you really have to do something for the festival? It's not like we can put together anything good in just a few days. Well, we'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members. That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? We won't need much more than a few decorations. Sayori has been working on posters, and I've designed some pamphlets we can give out during the event. Okay, that's great and all, but that doesn't tell us what we're actually going to be doing for the event. Ah, sorry, I thought you heard about it yesterday. We're going to be performing. Performing? Monica. Yeah, we're going to be having a poetry performance. Each of us are going to choose a poem to recite during the event. But the cool part is we're also going to let anyone else come up and recite poems too. Sayori putting it on all the posters in case anyone wants to prepare ahead of time. Sayori, who's been coloring a poster, holds it up for us to see. Are you kidding me, Monica? You didn't already start putting those posters up, did you? Well, I did. Do you really think it's that bad of an idea? Well, no, it's not a bad idea, but I didn't sign up for this, you know? There is no way I'm going to be performing in front of a group of people like that. I agree with Natsuki. I could never in my life do something like that. Imagining it, Yuri shakes her head in fear. Guys, no, Sayori. I understand where they're coming from. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never shared their poems with anyone until just a couple days ago. It's a lot to ask for them to recite their poems out loud to a whole room of people. I guess I kind of overlooked that, so I'm sorry. But I still think we should get it our best. We're the only ones responsible for the fate of this club. If we start the event and each put on a good performance, then it will inspire others to do the same. And the more people who perform, the better we'll be able to show everyone what literature is all about. It's about expressing your feelings, being intimate with yourself, finding new horizons, and having fun. That's right. And it's those reasons that we're all in this club today. Don't you want to share that with others? To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? I know you do. I know we all do. And if all it takes is standing in front of the room for 2 minutes and reciting a poem, then I know you can do it. Natsuki and Yuri remain silent. Sayori looks worried. I guess that leaves me no choice. I agree. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think that Sayori and Monica have been trying really hard to get new members. The least we can do is help them out a little bit. Well, maybe, but it looks like Natsuki doesn't have any arguments left. Okay, fine. I guess I'll just have to get it over with. All right. Whew. Thanks, Natsuki. What about you, Yuri? Yuri dejectedly glances around at everyone else, expectant faces. I guess I don't really have a choice. That's everyone. You're the best, Yuri. This club is seriously going to be the death of me. Oh gosh. You'll be fine, Yuri. But anyway, let's move on to the main event. I want each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're going to practice reciting them in front of each other. No way. Monica, this is too sudden. Well, if you can't recite your poem in front of the club, how do you expect to do it in front of strangers? Oh no, don't worry. I'll start off to help everyone feel a little more comfortable. Can I go next? Of course. Now let's see. Monica flips through the notebook to the specific poem she has in mind for herself. She then stands behind the podium. The title of this poem is The Way That We Fly. The Way They Fly. Monica begins reciting her poem. Her clear, confident voice fills the room. More than that, her inflection is pristine. She knows exactly how to apply emotion behind each line, so she recites, bringing the words to life. Is this something she's done before, or is she simply a natural? I glance around. Everyone has their eyes on Monica. Sayori looks amazed. Yuri has an intense expression on her face that I don't understand. Finally, Monica finishes the recite. The four of us applaud. Monica takes a breath and smiles. That was good, Monica. Thank you very much. I was just hoping to set a good example. Are you ready to go next, Sayori? I'll go next. What? Yuri's fired up all of a sudden. Yuri clutches a sheet of paper between her hands and stands up. Keeping her head down, she walks quickly over to the podium. This poem is called... Yuri anxiously glances at each of us. You can do it, Yuri. It's called After Image of a Crimson Eye. Yuri's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem. Just a moment ago, she practically refused to do this. Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? As Yuri gets past the first couple of lines, her voice changes. It's almost like what happens when Yuri gets absorbed into her books. Her quivering words transform into the sharp syllables of her fierce and confident woman. The poem is full of twists and turns. Its structure that she enunciates with perfect timing. This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed inside of her. Suddenly she finished. Everyone is stunned. Yuri snaps back into the reality and glances around her, as if she's bewildered even herself. It's up to me to save the situation. I'm the first to start applauding. Everyone joins me afterwards, and we give Yuri the recognition she deserves. It's not that we didn't want to applaud for her, but we were caught so off guard that we must have forgotten. As we applaud, Yuri holds the poem to her chest and rushes back to her seat. Yuri, that was really good. Thank you for sharing. Looks like Yuri's down for the count. Okay, I guess I'm next then. Sayori hops out of her chair and cheerfully walks to the podium. This one's called My Meadow. Ah. Sorry I giggled. Sayori, it's a lot harder than I thought. How did you guys do it so easily? Try not to think of it like you're reacting to other people. Imagine you're reciting it to yourself, like in front of a mirror in your own head. It's your poem, so it comes out the best way. I see. Okay then. Somehow it feels like her soft voice was made as a perfect match. The poem isn't aimlessly cheery like Sayori's is. It's serene and bittersweet. If I were to read this on paper, I probably wouldn't think much of it. But hearing it come from Sayori's voice almost gives it a whole new meaning. Maybe this is what Sayori meant when she said she likes my poems. It's like I gotta reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew through and through. Sayori finishes and we applaud. I did it! Good job, Sayori. Even Starfish liked it. I guess that's a good sign. What does that even mean? It came out nicely, Sayori. The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. But it might be that other poems wouldn't work quite as well with that kind of delivery. I don't really understand. In other words, I've seen poems of yours where that sort of gentle delivery wouldn't work as well. They might need a little more force behind them depending on what you're reading. Oh, I know what you mean. I've been practicing that kind of thing. It's just embarrassed to do it in front of everyone. Then next time, I'm going to make you pick a poem that challenges you a little more. We don't have much time before the festival, you know? Okay. Now who's next? Natsuki? Don't make me go before Starfish. It's not like I can compare to you guys anyway. Might as well let Starfish lower everyone's standards a little before I have to do it. Natsuki, it's fine. I might as well get it over with. But it's not like I have much of a selection of what to read. I'll just have to go with what I wrote for today. I stand up and step in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me, making me feel terribly awkward. I recite my poem. Since I'm not exactly confident in my own writing, it's hard to put energy into it, despite that once I finish receiving applause anyway. Sorry, I'm not really as good as everyone else. Don't worry about it so much. I think it's less about your abilities and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. That's something that'll improve over time. Yeah, maybe. Alright then. That just leaves you, Natsuki. Yeah. I'm going. Natsuki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way to the podium. The poem is called... Why are you all looking at me? Because you're presenting. Anyway, the poem is called Jump. Natsuki takes a breath. Once she starts reciting the poem, her sour attitude disappears a little. While she's still a little unenthused, her poem has a rhythm and rhyme to it. It's Natsuki's trademark style, and it works surprisingly well when spoken aloud. The word feels like they bounce up and down, if giving life to the poem. Natsuki finishes and everyone applauds. She huffs back to her seat. That wasn't so bad, was it? Easy for you to say. You'd better not make me do that again. Well, do you at least feel prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people? I mean, doing it in front of other people will be way easier. I can put on whatever face I want for other people. But when it's just my friends, it's just embarrassing. That's a surprise, Natsuki. I think it would be the other way around for me. Well, that's just how it is, so... Well, I guess in that case, you won't have much to worry about for the festival. That said, I want to thank everyone for coming through. It might be hard, but I hope you all have an idea of what it's like now. Make sure you pick a poem and get enough practice before the festival, okay? I'll be making pamphlets so let me know ahead of time what you'll be reciting. Jeez, I should probably find some other people to recite instead. That's fine too. It doesn't have to be your own. I'm already pleasantly surprised that you're putting in all this effort for the club. It makes me really happy. Yeah, no problem. Okay, everyone. I think that's about it for today. I know the festival is coming up, but let's try to write poems for tomorrow as well. It's been working out really nicely so far, so I'd like to continue that. As for the festival, we'll finish planning tomorrow, and then we'll have the weekend to prepare. Monday's the big day. I can't wait. I can do this. I can do this. All right. I stand up. There's no way I'll be able to find the same enthusiasm as Sayori and Monica, but I'll do my best to get through it. It's for the sake of the club and impressing Monica. Then I'll have to do my best. Ready to go, Sayori? Yep. Look at you two, always going home together like this. It's kind of adorable, isn't it? Jeez, guys, don't make such a big deal out of it. It must be a little nice, though. Well, I'm supposed to respond to that. It's okay, Starfish. You don't have to say it. Whatever. Let's go already. I walk home with Sayori once more. Even though it's only been a few days, a lot of things have already changed. But today, Sayori is being a little quieter than usual on the way home. Hey, Sayori. Sorry, I was spacing out. No wonder. I was thinking about something from earlier. I like how we get to... Sayori fumbles with her words. So let's just say that one day Yuri asks to walk home with you. Huh? What would you do? What kind of question is that? You're just kind of putting me on the spot here. I would walk home with Yuri. Walking home with Yuri, huh? Why does the thought of that make my heart pound? I mean, given how hard it is for her to socialize, I would feel awful turning her down, so... Isn't she so beautiful and smart? That has nothing to do with it, what I just said. You admitted it. Jeez, there's not even any point in speculating something that's never going to happen. Well, maybe, but I just like to think about it. It's not too long before you won't need me anymore, you know? Need you? Sayori, I can't figure out how you're seeing the things in your head right now. Sorry. Everyone is different. Nobody in the club is a replacement for you. If you say so. The conversation trails off, and I'm left feeling awkward. But it was kind of her fault for trapping me in such a weird question. I can't just lie to her, but if there's something that makes her happy, I would hate to take that away from her. Lordy, lordy, lordy. For all we know, Yuri could live on the edge of town in the opposite direction. I know. Yeah, Yuri, I'll walk you home. Cool. It's a 13-hour walk. I know, there's just no idea. That's why I said there's no point in speculating. Then again, the festival is only a few days away. Who knows what will happen in the first time? What do you think your best mod that you've made is, Lord? Philosophy. Unrequited. Massacre. Fireworks. Heaven Sent, yes. Starscape. Unrestrained. Incapable. Incongruent. Imagination. I spent the longest on the one I just linked you to, but there's a lot of hype for the Just Monica mod. Ah. How do you download it? Hey, what's up, noob? Welcome in. I think this game is scary. I think it's it makes me feel paranoid and anxious, and that's scary. You don't think it's scary? What do you... How would you describe it? They're just YouTube videos. Got it, okay. By the way, noob, this is Lord. They make some animated mods. Yeah, girls are scary. Come on. I think walking in on someone who's hanging by their neck is definitely scary. Yeah, this is my second playthrough. I played through last year. But it's funny you mentioned that, because the first time I played, I kept asking chat, I'm like, you're sure this is scary? But now that I'm reading it, I read Yuri's poems, and she mentions the bread knife, and I'm like, that's a little foreshadowing to her love of knives and using them on her wrists. But you notice this time, it's a little on the nose, exactly. Lord was here for my first playthrough. Yeah, it's fun to see the foreshadowing. There's an ad coming up, guys. Unless you guys have ad blockers. Or you have turbo. Oh, you didn't get an ad? Hell yeah. Yeah, my Streamlabs will tell me when there's apparently an ad, and it's going to end in 20 seconds, but maybe it's not consistent for everybody. Although you just joined the chat, so I think there's a delay for you, which is a good thing. How many times have you played this? Yeah, I think there's a setting. I use the Twitch setting that apparently it sets for you. It's an automatic ad setting based on Twitch. Lord's got turbo, so they're good. You haven't played it? Oh, you just like watching? Oh, man. Yeah, they're giving away Doki Doki Plus for free today. I wonder if it's out. Let's see. Yeah, playing this game has the best chat because everyone's like, everyone plays along so well about it not being like scary. I broke it up into 2 or 3 sections on stream, and I think I ended like right when Sayori hung herself, And I was like so paranoid that night. Like I was freaked out. I was like, I'm playing this weird game and everyone's judging me for it. So they did a good job. Oh yeah, it's free. Guys, it's free. Did you have any idea that it was going to turn that way, Noob, when you were first watching it? There's also the tendency of certain fans of the community that have problems containing their excitement at key moments. Yeah, that's true. I'll say that my chat was, no one really spoiled anything. I was very clear about, like, no backseat gaming or spoilers. Yeah, Lord, I got a little bit of that. Like, there was actually a lot of that. Like, here we go, get ready. But no one specifically said what was going to happen, so I appreciate that. But yeah, Epic Games, it changed it to free now. So definitely snag that up. I'm the last one here again. Don't worry, I just walked in too. Were you practicing piano again? Yeah. You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and now picking up piano. You are guaranteed 3 out of the 9 secret poems to appear. Oh. Yeah, I haven't explored the game that thoroughly to try and find all the secrets. I kind of just got through it to the best of my ability. But I guess passion. Remember that the club wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. Oh, Lord got him. 11 secrets? And there's just different ways to collect them all? Yeah, come on, Noob. You got Lord in the chat. I got the picture of Sayori. I don't believe I saw the Monica puzzle. Have you watched any of the mods, Noob? I know this because I make mods, right? Yeah, so you've seen under the hood. And I'm super happy that you're all willing to help out for the festival too. I can't wait for the festival. I was basically reading this without chat. Probably for like an hour block, and it's like so much more fun when you guys are here. It's gonna be great. Huh? Weren't you complaining about it just yesterday, Natsuki? Well, yeah. At least it was like the happier section, so it wasn't that bad. So, Kusero? My lord. I kind of like it, though. I think of that singer, Lord. I'm not talking about our part of the festival. But it's a whole day of school where we get to play and eat all kinds of delicious food. No, I was going to say that it's one thing to read the game without chat during these sections, but when the game starts to get all freaky, I am alone in my apartment reading this scary game where I can be watched, but no one's engaging with me. That's vulnerability. Peak vulnerability. You sound a bit like Sayori all of a sudden. Yeah, I was doing a bit of that in my last stream because I did Doki Doki and then I got Doki Doki Plus and did the side missions. And those were meh. I did most of the scenarios and then I was messing around deleting characters and stuff. Monica, do they usually have fried squid? Squid? That's a pretty specific thing to look forward to. Oh, come on. Are you saying you don't like squid? You, of all people? I didn't say I don't like it. Besides, what do you mean by you of all people? Because it's right in your name. Yeah, let's do it. I'll watch it right now. Bye, noob. Thanks for stopping by. Let's watch this vid. Let's watch this vid. Let's watch this vid. Please do. You have my consent.
Love you. Not even gonna lie, I'm so excited and I've never been this happy. She gonna be like, you love it that much? She's gonna be like,
Sorry for the audio.
she's gonna be like,
Sorry for the audio.
she's gonna be like,
Sorry for the audio. Sorry for the audio. Da, 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 da. Just a moment, please. Just a moment, please. Okay, let me know if you can hear and see before I watch it all.
Okay, everyone. Last week's assignment was to bring something that could be enjoyed with or used for reading or writing. The other requirement is that it had to be made by hand. And we drew names to see who we were making them for.
It's amazing hearing voices because
Who
it's
wants
always
to go
my
first?
voice in my head of how they
I'll
sound.
go first. For Yuri, I brought some tea from my dad's special reserve.
I love Natsuki's
It never
voice that
fails
you
to
use.
improve his mood. And since he takes his with honey, I brought some honey as a sweetening option.
Oh, you can't hear.
I'm not sure how
Oh, you
I
can hear
feel
good.
about drinking stolen tea.
Oh, I like Yuri's voice too.
Didn't take all that much. Just enough for a cup now and a cup when you get home.
Natsuki's voice is
It must
really
be
good.
because he keeps it locked up. But trust me, he won't miss this little bit.
Well, I suppose it's alright then. Thank you, Natsuki. I'll admit you have my curiosity piqued, but I should present my exchange item first. These are for you, Monica. I took a page from Natsuki's book and tried my hand at baking. The few kitchen skills I do have help me come up with what I hope is a batch of reasonably delectable
I love this so
chocolate
far.
chunk macadamia treats.
Yuri, these look and smell splendiferous. I want to try them now. But first, Cusero, this is for you.
Cusero.
I broke out a pair of needles and made this nice bookmark. Isn't that a lovely spring floral pattern? I worked very hard on the stitching. And if you take good care of it, I know it will serve you for many, many years.
Thank you, Monica. I'm always forgetting what page I'm on between readings, so this bookmark is both useful and beautiful. For my gift, I made this Bravo Nouveau scepter pen using 4 different
It's
types of wood.
pronounced Nouveau.
The
Thank
cutoff.
you for clarifying that. So, as I was saying, I made this Broadwell Nouveau scepter pen using 4 different types of wood. Scepter pen using 4 different types of wood. So the lightest of these is maple. More specifically, this
Live
wood comes
action
from rock maples
footage?
that are grown in parts of both Europe and Asia. This redwood is called Swan River Mahogany from Australia. This blackwood is genuine Gaboon ebony from Africa. This
Ebony.
is what old style piano keys are made from. And here we
Very
have Yuri's
cool.
favorite, Purple Heart.
What is my favorite?
Purple Heart. You know, because it matches your hair color.
Ah, I understand. So by your logic, your favorite color must be brown.
No, my favorite color is not brown.
Truly, my mistake. Do
Did you
prefer
write all of this
chestnut
as well?
brown?
Okay, fine. You've made your point. I'm just going to move on now. So, this here is
Nice.
a true fountain pen. The gold accents are plated in 22 carats. The silver accents of the nib are iridium, and precious rhodium is used for everything else. And this nib's German engineering boasts a writing experience smoother than the
I
best.
can't wait for
ballpark
this
mechanics
intense
that have
jump scare.
ever existed. And I can't imagine a more appropriate recipient than the original poet of the club, Sayori.
Aw, thank you, Q. This is such a princely gift. Now for mine, I thought that since we all enjoy Yuri's oil diffuser, I could totally try to make a nice aromatic oil. So I powdered some cloves and added them to some Kentucky oil I found.
Hang on. Kentucky oil?
Yep, right there on the front of the bottle. There's the postal code for Kentucky, see? It reads KY. So anyway, I made this Kentucky clove oil for Natsuki, and if she doesn't have a diffuser of her
Kentucky?
own, then maybe Yuri wouldn't mind loaning hers? Maybe?
I could do that. Then we can all enjoy the warm, spicy aroma of cloves.
Oh, about that though, the bottle says that this oil isn't meant to be shared.
I think the voices fit
What
really
does
well,
that even mean?
especially Yuri's.
Well, it specifically says it's for personal use only.
Oh, sorry.
Which kind of seems a little selfish if you ask me. What is a personal lubricant anyway?
Okay, what's next, Monica?
Moving on. Our next step is to write a poem about these gifts. It can be about the one you received. It can be about the one you gave. It can even be about someone else's. And afterward, we'll share and compare. Sampling one of these cookies now, I already feel inspired. These are really good, Yuri.
I want...
Thank you, Monica. I'm going to fill the water pitcher so I can try Natsuki's tea.
Will we be sharing our poems afterward?
Only if you want to. Let's get started.
Psst. Monica, want to trade a pen for one of those cookies?
Sayori, if you ever lose track of that pen, I'll steal the marshmallows from your cereal for the rest of your life.
Got her.
Oh, you could hear that, huh? I was only playing.
How's the tea, Yuri?
It's pretty far on the earthy side, but the honey helps.
It certainly is aromatic. I hope it tastes better than it smells.
Uh-oh.
What's
Distinct
the
echoes.
of the oil anyway?
Better than a taste. This is amazing. Here we go.
Bloodletting.
Bad trip.
These cookies are really good, Yuri.
I have to go to the beach.
Same.
What in the world?
She scared me to death with how fast she just moved.
I had no idea she could run that fast.
We don't live within 707 miles of any beaches.
Uh-oh.
What's Yuri talking about?
Shouldn't we go after her?
Hang on, something
It's
still
like
isn't
walking
right.
her home.
What could have caused her to suddenly wig out like that?
She kind of sounds like my dad does sometimes. He just says weird stuff out of the blue.
Does he typically say these weird things a certain time? Like when he's drinking tea, perhaps?
Yes, but that's because the tea makes him happy. I thought it would do the same for Yuri.
Oh, I think it did all right. Let's have a look at her teacup. That's what I was afraid of. Those aren't tea leaves. They aren't even leaves at all.
What are you talking about?
Uh-oh.
That came straight from my dad's tea stash.
Natsuki, I think these are mushrooms.
Nice! Can we order pizza?
Order some. No, sorry. No, not that kind of mushroom.
Damn.
I think the stuff that Natsuki's dad calls tea is actually hallucinogenic. Natsuki, you had no idea?
Of course not. If I had known that, I wouldn't even brought it here.
We need to find Yuri. Quickly. But she has a bit of a head start. Any idea where she might have gone?
Well, maybe she's hallucinating herself at the beach she mentioned?
Question. Does anyone know whether hallucinations open someone to the power of suggestion?
I have no idea. Why do you ask? What are you suggesting?
Nothing yet. But as long as she's in this altered state of mind, I might as well try and get her to admit manga as literature. Later, Scrubs.
Uh-oh, we have to find Yuri before Natsuki does.
Yes, heaven forbid that Yuri ever admit that manga is literature.
Off we go then.
I pronounce their names differently. That's funny. Like
Did
Natsuki.
Yuri snatch my new pen on her way out?
Oh.
Chihuahua.
I think this is the part I saw previously. Hey, 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 hey. Looks like she found the beach.
In order to experience this new dimension, you must put on the special glasses.
Plus, I think I saw it out of context. I just saw this part.
My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds.
A lily pad so big a human can sit on it.
Oh my god. That fucked me up. Chihuahua.
Whew! That was exciting. All of that activity. Over half a cup of tea? Monica? Q? Not
That baseball's scary.
I know Yuri's not around. Surely no one would mind if I drank the other half.
Ooh. Nice.
I could try to make a nice aromatic oil. I think that's how you say it. I had to look it up.
Isn't that a lovely spring floral pad?
So I powdered some cloves
Pabruvi?
and then I added to some... oh, dang it. Hold on.
I'll admit
she's in this altered state of...
So yeah, I totally didn't say
Kentucky
Natsuki's
oil.
name wrong in that or anything. So here, we'll try it again.
Yeah, but we don't live within 707 miles of it. Mother. Oh, it is her.
That Kentucky accent. Nice. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay, everyone. Last week's assignment was to bring something that could be enjoyed with or used for reading or writing. The other requirement is that it had to be made by hand, and we drew names to see who we were making them for. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. For Yuri, I brought some tea from my dad's special reserve.
Yeah, thank you.
It never fails
I'm
to
always
improve
here for
his
him.
mood. And since he takes his with honey, I brought some honey as a sweetening option.
I'm not sure how I feel about
I'm not
drinking
sure.
stolen tea.
It didn't take all that much.
Oh,
Just
no,
enough for a cup now and a cup when you get home. It must be good, because he keeps it locked up. But trust me, he won't miss this little bit.
Well, I suppose it's alright then. Thank you, Natsuki. I'll admit you have my curiosity piqued, but I should present my exchange item first. These are for you, Monica. I took a page from Natsuki's book and tried my hand at baking. The few kitchen skills I do have help me come up with what I hope
Nice.
is a batch of reasonably delectable chocolate chunk macadamia.
Absolutely. You know I gotta share,
Yuri,
like, and
these
comment.
look and smell splendiferous.
Excellent, excellent content. Dun 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 diddly doo. Yeah, awesome. I think the voices fit well, and the animation was my favorite part. Especially seeing it now with context. Never mind. Let's just focus on our own event now, okay? Fine, fine. Your reactions aren't as fun as Yuri or Sayori's anyway. Excuse me? Where is Sayori anyway? Oh, there you are. Sayori is sitting at a desk in the corner of the room looking down at nothing. I walk over to her. Hey, Sayori. I wave my hand in front of her face. Dayhan, what's goody? Doki Doki Plus is free today on Epic Games. It's usually $14.99. So, in celebration, I figured we'd stream it. No, I didn't. Who did they trade? Also, we got Lord in the chat who makes some great content. Yeah, who'd they trade? You're spacing out again. Sorry. Don't mind me. You can go talk to everyone else. Huh? Is everything alright? Of course. Why wouldn't it be? It just feels like you're a little off. Sorry for assuming things. Geez, you worry too much about me. I'm fine, see? Sayori shows me a big smile. Don't let me distract you from having fun with everyone. Well, alright, if you say so. I worriedly glanced at Sayori before turning back toward everyone else, but the conversation has already disappeared with everyone back to their usual activities. Maybe I should ask Monica if she's noticed anything about Sayori recently. Since they've been preparing for the festival, they must be spending a lot of time together. Who did they trade, Dahan? Diddle-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Hey. Where did he play? I don't know his name. I timidly approach Monica, who is shuffling through the same papers at her desk. Starfish, what's up? Hey, this might sound a little strange, but have you noticed anything up with Sayori recently? I just know Embiid's been hurt, and that's been messing things up. I watched 2 quarters of the Golden State game last night. Anything up with her? In what way do you mean? Maybe I'm reading into it a little too much, but she seems a bit downcast today. Oh, you think so? Oh, Pacers? Hey! Now what's gonna happen with Harris? We're keeping him. I can't say I've noticed anything about her. Monica peers across the room at Sayori, who is idly dragging a rubber eraser up and down her desk. Maybe there is something on her mind, but I'm surprised I'm not the one asking you, Starfish. You certainly know her a lot better than I do. Yeah, but she's never really like this. She's always talked to me about things that bothered her. But this time when I asked, she was really dismissive. Sorry, I know it's not your problem. I just wanted to ask if you knew anything, so I'll drop it now. Yeah, me too. I've been wanting him to go for a little while, honestly. He's, not necessarily a bad player, but he's not like a starter material for our team. Just kind of blah. It's important to me, too. I mean, I'm also friends with her. And I also care about the well-being of my club members, you know? Yeah, get Butler back. Got him. Hit him with a... Maybe I'll try talking to her myself. Are you sure about that? She seemed like she wanted to be left alone. Yeah, I don't like him. Are you sure? Maybe she's just a hard time bringing it up with the persons of interest. I gotta get a good emulator on my PC, one that actually keeps the catalog of games inside of the app. Because I have OpenEMU on the Mac, and it's perfect. And I'm trying to find one that's similar to that on PC. I think there's one called Phoenix, but I was having trouble installing it. What do you mean by that? I'm saying that maybe the thing on her mind is you, Starfish. Me? How on earth would you come to that conclusion? Well, I probably shouldn't say too much, but Sayori talks about you more than anything else, you know? She's been so much happier ever since you've joined the club. It's like an extra light was turned on inside of her. What? No way. Sayori is always like that. She's always been full of sunshine. It's not any different now than it always has been. You're so funny, Starfish. Have you thought that maybe you've always seen her as cheerful because that's just how she is when she's around you? I said too much. I'm sorry. What do I know anyway? I didn't mean to jump to conclusions, so you should just forget about what I said. I'll try to talk to her, so try not to think about it for now. All right. Monica smiles meaningfully. I know she said to forget about it, but I already know that I won't be able to get her words out of my head. Monica stands up from her desk and walks across the room to where Sayori is sitting. I watch her kneel down next to Sayori and gently talk to her, but she's keeping her voice so quiet that I can't hear from here. I sigh and sit myself down. I know Sayori told me not to worry about her and to have fun with everyone else, but that's impossible to do when she's behaving like this. Exactly how do I care about her that I'm letting this weigh me down so much? Now it feels like I'm the one behaving out of the ordinary. There's nothing I can do besides wait for Monica. Why does it feel like I'm being watched? I glanced around the room. Suddenly, I noticed Yuri peering at me from her book, but she looks away just as quickly with a flustered look on her face. I realize that she won't get anywhere like this. I've never really seen Yuri approach anyone or start a conversation on her own accord. So I have no choice but to approach her myself. By now, it's a little easier for me to do that. I stand up from my desk and sit in one next to her. I didn't mean to bother you or anything. Relax, you didn't even do anything. But I could tell that you wanted to be alone with your thoughts. Alone with my thoughts? How were you even able to tell that I was thinking like that? Well, it's something that I do a lot. so it wasn't hard for me to spot based on your posture and expression. Not that I was staring or anything. I didn't do anything creepy like that. In any case, I guess you were right. I'm sorry if I caused you any concern. Don't apologize. Your troubles are the only concern of those who willingly share in that concern. Of course, there are certainly those who find the most comfort in keeping to themselves. But if you would prefer to share what's on your mind, then I would be glad to listen. I feel like it's taking longer than I remembered to get to the Sayori part. It's really not that big of a deal. I was just feeling a bit uneasy about Sayori. Sayori? Yeah, she seems a little bit off today, but when I asked her about it, she didn't want to admit it to me. So I can't help but wonder if something happened to her. Oh? That's quite romantic. Huh? Sorry. I didn't mean to say something stupid. It's not that. I just didn't want you to misunderstand. Sayori and I have just been friends for a long time, that's all. I see. Then perhaps it's unusual for her to just be dismissive to you about her feelings. Or maybe I'm just reading into it a little too much. Starfish. The world is full of meaning, often hidden deep beneath plain sight. And there are many untold mysteries behind every person, no matter how well you may know them. So you think that there might be something behind it after all? I think that Sayori is a very complex person. Her mannerisms on the outside don't always match what may be going on inside of her head, and she may not always know what she wants. I noticed her strange behavior today too, and I also feel some concern for her. But in your case, it looked like she was fully occupying your thoughts, wasn't she? I guess that was the case. Sayori, she really means a lot to you, doesn't she? I guess. But you don't need to put it that way. We're just good friends, that's all. Yuri suddenly looks deeply into my eyes. Her expression is gentle and curious, as if she's searching for something. Embarrassed, I avert my gaze. Sometimes a person's mysteries are untold, even to themselves. And you, as someone honest and caring, may uncover a feeling you weren't aware worrying you. That is, I think that she would be a very fortunate person to have you feel that way about her. You're giving me too much credit. I'm a pretty simple guy, so I think I'm pretty good at understanding my own feelings. I'm not really as sophisticated as you. That's not a compliment, is it? It is what it is. Anyway, as long as we're here, why don't we do some reading? Well, as long as you're okay with it, yeah. I should be taking my mind off of this whole thing anyway. Why don't we go ahead and get started? Yes, let's. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Thanks very much. If there's one thing that I can make my reading time here any better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. Yuri stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieves a small water pouch from the shelf, the kind with a filter inside. Can you hold this for a second? Sure. Yuri hands me the water pouch and also fetches an electric kettle. I'm going to plug this in at the teacher's desk, and then we'll go get some water. She walks past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerisms. Especially because of her long legs, Yuri appears elegant and methodical. Okay, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. Yeah, why not? Shall we go then? Yeah. Where are you two off to? Yuri was going to make some tea, so I suddenly realized how weird it sounds to explain this to Monica. We're just filling the water pitcher. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just a bit curious. That's kind of a one-person job, isn't it? Monica, please mind your own business for once. Or do you want to tell me there's something wrong with helping involve starfish in club activities? Huh? My mouth gapes. I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. Then let's go, Starfish. Yuri quickly exits the room and I follow. Once in the hallway, she suddenly puts her forehead against the wall. I spoke without thinking. How could I say something like that? Yuri, something about the way she said that. It made me feel so irritated. What's wrong with me? No, Yuri, I think you did the right thing. I wasn't expecting it, but it also is not right for Monica to judge people like that. Starfish, how come even when I do something bad, you're being nice to me? Because nothing you did is bad, as you make it seem in your head? Nobody's perfect. We have emotions and we can't always hide them away. But you always amplify things in your head. Your mind turns a light rain shower into a hurricane. Ah, no. Wouldn't you hate me for something as terrible as that? Why would I hate you? I can't hate someone for having emotions. What kind of friend would do that? Friend, you say? Yuri lifts her head. Starfish, I really like being friends with you. Thanks, Yuri. I like being friends with you too. I feel kind of awkward saying that like that, but I'm doing my best to help Yuri feel better. Anyway, yeah, shall we go? Yep. Yuri and I walk to the nearest water fountain. Once we fill up the water pitcher, we return to the classroom. Dung dung. Starfish, do you like oolong tea? Yeah, anything is fine. Very well. Yuri sets the temperature on the kettle to 200 degrees. Now it's time to get the teapot. You really do this properly, don't you? Of course. I shouldn't do any less when I'm making tea for others, even if I'm not an expert on tea or anything. In that case, you'll only be even more impressed. Perhaps I will. Yuri fetches the teapot and begins measuring the tea leaves. To my surprise, she even starts humming a little to herself. You must be in a good mood now. Is that so? I was letting it show, and you noticed. I was doing a bit of thinking, and I decided that I would try expressing myself a little bit more. It turns out it's not very hard for me to do, when it's you who's around anyway. That's great, Yuri. Just don't push yourself too much. You're always worrying about me. Starfish, it's very endearing. Yuri was kidding. I don't even know if I can keep up with this. I watch Yuri pour a cup of tea for us. Starfish, I have another request. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today? Why's that? It's a little bit easier on my back. Dun, 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 dun. I can read with my back against the wall rather than bending over at my desk. Sorry, I didn't realize. No worries. I just have back pain fairly regularly, so I do my best to manage it. Is that so? I wonder why that is. It's most likely because your posture, right? You think it really fits the game? I don't know, that cover looked pretty, hardcore. My dad got us these, look at this, Dayhan. My dad got us these, WWE chains for WrestleMania. Do you see it? Actually, I can just send it to you. Always hunched over like that while reading. Yeah, I have terrible reading posture, so that's why we should sit on the floor. Fair enough. I'll go ahead and get the book. I retrieved the book from my bag. I have some chocolate as well. It's a bag of small chocolate candies that I kept hidden from Sayori's candy radar. I take it since it'll go well with the tea. Yuri and I sit against the wall, teacups at our side. As if in sync, we assume the same reading posture as the last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies are even closer to each other. I can't see too well. Yuri slides closer until our shoulders are touching. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Yuri was always kind of cute, but when she's being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle. Your teacup. Yuri hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book. I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch her chest. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a single thing. She wears her intense reading expression, and I can only presume the world around her has faded away. I used all of my willpower to focus on reading. After a few minutes, I finally managed to relax a little. I put the teacup between my legs and fumble with the chocolate wrapper. Sorry, I briefly let go of the book to finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want. That's okay, I won't take any. Are you sure? Well, if I touch it, then it might get smudges on the pages. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that. My bad. No need to apologize, I'll hold the book, okay? Are you sure? Of course. Yuri opens the book with both hands. She holds it so that I don't have any harder of a time reading it from there. But as a result, her left arm is practically resting on my leg. Well, in that case, Yuri is already totally focused on reading again. I take a chocolate candy and pop it in my mouth. Then I take another chocolate and I hold it up to Yuri. She doesn't even look away from the book. She simply parts her lips as if the situation was completely natural. But that means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. Yuri's expression suddenly breaks. Did I just... Yuri looks at me like she needs to confirm what just happened. Starfish. Sorry. I guess I shouldn't have done that. Well, you were just helping. That's something that friends do, right? I mean, not really in this kind of context, but yeah. That's all it was. Then, you don't need to stop or anything. I see. The situation has gotten really tense. Yuri tries to return to the book, but I can tell just by her expression that even she can't focus now. My heart is pounding. I nervously take another chocolate between my fingers, but this time, Yuri's eyes meet mine. How did it even come to this? Yuri doesn't avert her gaze. I notice her chest rising and falling to the rhythm of breaths. I raise my arm. Like before, Yuri parts her lips, but it's different this time. I take the chocolate and place it in her mouth. I feel her hot breath on my fingers. Okay, everyone. Yuri jolts back. It's time to share the poems. Starfish, you can help Yuri put away the tea stuff, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, thanks. The spell is abruptly broken. I'll take care of the cups. Yeah. Yuri picks up the teacups from the floor. I pick up the bag of chocolate. In the end, we hastily clean up without so much as a word between us. I get the feeling that it's something neither of us will have the courage to bring up. Alright. Meh. I guess you really haven't learned anything after all. Honestly, I don't know why I got my hopes up in the first place. What? I didn't think this one was that bad. What did I do wrong? Poems don't need to be all deep sounding to express something. It's going to just sound like you're forcing it unless you really don't suck at it. Honestly, don't bother trying to write poems like this until you're on Yuri's level. Natsuki stops short all of a sudden. Don't tell me, huh? You're not just trying to impress Yuri, are you? What are you talking about? And keep your voice down. You know Yuri would love this angsty. Just because she's a talented writer doesn't mean, looks like I'm in trouble. I somehow struck a nerve, though what I did is beyond me. I'm so done with you. Natsuki shoves the poem I handed her back over to me. Take your stupid poem. If you wrote it for someone else, just don't show it to me. Ouch. This is what I got for letting younger girls step into my business. Unless I was a mind reader, I was destined to be in a world of pain from the start. At least Natsuki was really the girl I was trying to impress in the first place. She's looking pretty happy despite having a rough day. It's nice, I guess. Hello, first-time chatter. Marathon. I know. I've been doing this the whole stream. Owning me. How's your day going, Marathon? It's nice, I guess. Come on, I can already tell you don't like it. Well, you don't need to worry about what I think. After all, you wrote this for someone else, didn't you? Do you know that this game's free today? Doki Doki Plus is free? Probably Yuri, huh? I didn't write this for anyone specifically. Maybe. That's not really what I meant, though. Oh, congrats. Good thing you snagged it up. There's a second game they're doing for free as well. I forget what it is, though. Castle something, I think? That's nice, though. A nice $15 save. I like it. I like that you're kind of, like, in the game using, like, a computer so you can set the wallpaper. The extra campaigns were okay, but it's okay. You're making new friends, just like I was hoping. That makes me really happy. Yeah, I hear you. Monica's not my favorite. Everyone who stops by my chat loves Monica. And you're happy too, right? In this club. You enjoy the side stories? I found them, like, so-so. I think it was cool to get the side stories, the backstories. Oh, yeah, I agree. Monica definitely has the biggest fan base. I like Sayori. I like those sad girls. Definitely don't like Natsuki's vibe. Yuri's my second favorite. Did you like the side stories, Kusuro? And Murathon, thanks for joining the chat. I hope to get your follow. I'm working towards partner. That's a long way away. Of course I am. I'm gonna be streaming the Backrooms game tomorrow morning. And then I vaguely remember that. My cousin David are going to be playing a game on Saturday, I believe. We're going to be playing Lethal Company on Saturday. Good. That's all that matters to me. Thank you, Starfish. Sayori, is there something wrong? No, nothing. Oh my god, 455 games? Have you heard of Lethal Company? I don't think it's an Epic game, it's just on Steam. You're a legend. I'm just a little tired today. Alright. Just tell me if you need anything. I will. Yeah, I haven't either. I think it's 2-player though. What other graphic novels do you guys like? Don't worry about me, okay? You can go play with everyone else, if you insist. Yay! I'm gonna go home a little bit early today. No, don't go! Tell Monica I wasn't feeling well, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Before I can say anything else, Sayori cheerfully walks out of the classroom, humming to herself. Guys, don't leave the chat. I need you. This is about to get sad. Starfish. This is wonderful. I played this obviously, and I played milk inside a bag of milk inside a bag of milk. That was, I didn't enjoy that much. I liked the vibe they were going for, but the game just wasn't very fun. There wasn't. You're kind of just making these choices, and if you make the wrong choice, you die. You know. But it's about psychosis and trying to go to the grocery store. And then I played the Colonel Sanders game. I can feel the emotions that you poured into it. Is this the result of trying what I suggested yesterday? Yeah, I guess so. You did a good job explaining. I really wanted to try giving it more feeling. Yuri visibly swallows. Even her hands appear sweaty. I'm not used to this. Used to what? I don't know. I know. It's funny, right? Like it sounds interesting, but the game, it's such a lo-fi, low graphics that, and you're kind of experiencing it in their head, so everything looks weird, but too weird, you know? Oh, what a connection you made. Milk inside a bag of milk inside a bag of milk. It's, I wanted to like it more, you know? I know. Please stick around, because I'm going to get sad. Yuri breathes and collects her thoughts. I know that Yuri likes to think before she speaks, so I offer that patience to her. Yeah. Just being appreciated like this, I guess. It probably sounds really stupid, but seeing someone more motivated by my writing, it just makes me really happy. Are you saying you've never shared your writing before? Yuri nods. Really? I don't believe it. I really only write for myself. And besides, people would just laugh at me. Do you really think that? Again, Yuri nods. Huh. Even your close friends? For some reason, Yuri doesn't respond. Yuri? Yuri smiles sadly. Starfish, during lunchtime I eat by myself. Did you know that? It's a great time to find a quiet spot and do some reading. In fact, I always have some books with me. You could say I really enjoy reading. Well, that's one way to put it anyway. But books are so full of amazing and inspiring people. People you want to fall in love with, or people you just know would make a really good friend. Cheerful people who always put a smile on your face. Or deep thinkers and problem solvers who discover the mysteries of life. So when you look at it that way, I'm surrounded by friends every day. So both of your favorite characters are Monica. And who's your second favorite character? What's up, Sam? Still at it. Guys, check this out. Don't go anywhere. My voice is okay. Plus, Cusero shared a project they were working on. So I was watching that for like 15 minutes. So that kind of helped. Guys, check this out. Don't go anywhere. Wait, it's not working. Oh, here we go. Don't you go anywhere. All right, guys, check this out. Look how generous. There you go, Sum, for being so loyal to the stream. And those friends don't laugh at me. They don't tease me for spacing out all the time. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm Starfish. Doki Doki Plus is free today on Epic Games. It's usually $15, and it's free. Go download it. They don't make fun of my body type, and And I stream most days, a little bit of Doki, some indie horror games. There it is. Pikachu. And they don't hate me for acting like a know-it-all. People say that about you. I'm not a know-it-all, Starfish. It's the opposite. I don't know anything. Jeez. I don't know how to talk to people. I don't know how to make people see me as normal. I don't even know how to make myself happy. Shoo! I have all these feelings, and all I can do with them is read and write. But it wasn't until now that I started sharing it with you that I really don't understand what was missing all this time. But I haven't really done anything. No, that's wrong. Just being patient and respectful. That's really important to me. I know I'm a different person, Starfish. I speak too slowly. I second guess myself all the time. I read too deeply into things. But every time, you've always treated me just like anyone else. It's so rare that I feel comfortable with myself when I talk to others. But that's why every time I talk to you, I just feel really happy. I see. Well, I treat you how you deserve to be treated, Yuri. And if other people don't see it that way, then screw them. I mean, I joined this club hoping I would make friends. Hey! You just you just gifted a sub to Shiny. I love it. Thanks for giving back. That's really, really lovely. Is Shinebox just lurking in the stream and he got a gifted sub? Let's go. And I would say I've heard at least one success. Wouldn't you? Shiny, enjoy your ad-free. Enjoy the new emotes. And thank you for being a sub. If you put it that way, yeah. We really are friends now, aren't we? Yuri puts her head in her hands. Both this time, she's smiling as she does it. Do you want to show me your poem? Yeah. I do. Let me get it for you. Guys, I can't read this cursive, so... Beach. A marvel millions of years in the making. Where the womb of Earth chaotically meets the surface. Under a clean blue sky. An expressive bliss. But beneath gray rolling clouds are endless. If somebody can type this in the chat, please. The easiest world to get lost in is one where everything can be found. One can only build a sandcastle where the sand is wet, when the sand is wet. But where the sand is wet, the tide comes. Will it gently lick at your foundations until you give in? Or will a sudden wave send you crashing down in the blink of an eye? Either way, the outcome is the same. I want the whole poem typed. I can't read cursive. Well, yet we still build sandcastles. I stand where the foam wraps around my ankles, where my toes squish in the sand. The salty air is therapeutic. I'm getting better at reading this, though, because I couldn't read it at all when I first played this. The breeze is gentle, yet powerful. I stick my toes into the ultimate boundary lies, tempted by the foam something. Back, and I abandon my peace to erode at the shore. Drift forward, and I return to earth forevermore. That was beautiful. But thanks for that gifted sub. Appreciate that support. A marvel, millions of years in the making, where the womb of Earth chaotically meets the surface, under a clear blue sky, an expanse of bliss, but beneath gray rolling clouds, an endless enigma, the easiest world to get lost in is one where everything can be found. One can only build a sandcastle where the sand is wet. But where the sand is wet, the tide comes. Will it gently lick at your foundation until you give in? Or will a sudden wave send you crashing down in the blink of an eye? Either way, the outcome is the same, yet we still build sandcastles. I stand where the foam wraps around my ankles, where my toes squish in the sand. The salty air is therapeutic. The breeze is gentle, yet powerful. I sink my toes into the ultimate boundary line, tempted by the foamy tendrils. Turn back, and I abandon my peace and erode at the shore, drift forward, and I return to Earth forevermore. Thank you! I'm aware that the beach is kind of an insane thing to write about, but I did my best to take a metaphorical approach to it. She's gonna sip that tea and run to the beach. You say that like you didn't even want to write about it. Oh, you haven't heard? After yesterday, Natsuki and I, well, it was amusing that we wrote about something similar in such different ways. So Natsuki wanted us to write about the same topic as each other. Again. Greatly appreciated, friend. Nice. I figured when I read this, I figured that was a callback to that. Because when I first watched your video, I didn't think there was a connection to the beach. I just thought it was like humorous, but that's really cool that you made that connection. Love it. Natsuki didn't even let me read her poem, so I don't have much to contribute. Kusero created a mod, a story, an animation to build the lore of the game, and you're welcome to link it into the if it lets you, you can link it into the chat. I think it should. I suppose to be better, compare the differences in our writing styles or thought processes. Anyway, it was her idea. Knowing her, it's no surprise that she'd want to do something like that. She probably just wants you to show off. It's not like I have a particular interest in her writing style. I just went with her request. But, well, I suppose it's not so bad to write about something simple on occasion. It can be refreshing, you know? It's good for me to calm my thoughts once in a while. Yeah, I think I agree. Thanks for sharing. And last but not least, the fan favorite, Monica. I don't feel like you showed up to self-promote. You've been very helpful, so I definitely want you to share your work. Hi, Starfish. Have you thought about what you want to submit to perform at the festival? And this is a small stream, so we have the space to share our work, so feel free. Well, being in this club is one thing, but performing in front of a bunch of people, I'll have to give it some more thought. Okay, no pressure. But whatever you do, I'm sure it'll turn out great. It would also make me happy to see. Anyway, let's take a look at today's poem. Sure. I let Monica take the poem I'm holding in my hands. This one's good. It feels like you're not only getting more comfortable with your style, but the imagery is better than the last one I read. Thank you. Just wondering, but have you been finding inspiration in Yuri's writing style? I guess so. You can't deny that she's talented. Yeah, totally. I think her poems are the most romantic. That's the best way to describe it. She's like a totally different person when she picks up a pen. I noticed that too. Or when she's talking about literature, it's like a light turns on inside her. Sadly, it's hard to get much personal conversation out of her. Trust me, I've tried. Who knows what goes on in that head of hers? I hope you don't mean that in a bad way. No, of course not. I just meant that I wish she didn't keep so much of her to herself, but still defending her like that. You must be pretty into her, huh? You completely misunderstood. Calm down, I'm kidding. Besides, I'm pretty sure she's already got a boyfriend. Wait, really? Yeah, a fictional one anyway. Monica kind of whispers that last part to me. It's just a hunch, but, well, there's not really anything wrong with that. Oh, well, I know. I was just saying. Anyway, I'll share my poem with you now, okay? All right. The Lady Who Knows Everything, an old tale that tells of a lady who wanders Earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer, all meaning, all purpose, all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather, lost adrift the sky. What's that? The sky, victim of the current of the wind. Day after day I search. I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, when all others turned away, the legend is all that remains, the last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky. Until one day, the wind ceases to blow. I fall, and I fall, and I fall, and I fall even more. Gentle as a feather, a dry quill expressionless. But a hand catches me between the thumb and forefinger, the hand of a beautiful lady. I look at her eyes, and I find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything knows what I'm thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, all of which amount to nothing. There is no meaning, there is no purpose, and we seek only the impossible. I am not your legend does not exist. And with a breath, she blows me back, afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind. You know, I feel like learning and looking for answers are the sorts of things that give life meaning. Not to get philosophical or anything, but it was kind of on my mind, so that's what I wrote about. I see. I never really put so much thought into it. In a way, it's almost paradoxical, because if we had all the answers, wouldn't the world start to lose its meaning? You know, there's one thing I noticed. It seems like everyone in this club prefers writing about things that are more sad than happy. Exactly. I mean, if everything was okay, we really wouldn't have anything to write about, would we? Humans aren't two-dimensional creatures. I think you'd be happy then. I think you'd know that better than anyone. You mean one-dimensional? Yeah, that. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Are you ever too shy to share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good? It can be really disheartening to get a lukewarm response to something you put much into. But if you find other people who enjoy writing, then sharing becomes a lot easier. Because instead of just telling you that your writing is good or okay or bad, they'll want to focus more on everything that went into it, and then things you can work on. It's much more encouraging that way, and it will make you want to continue improving. It's almost like having your own little literature club, don't you think? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Dun 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 da 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 da. Do 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 do. Okay, you three. We're all done sharing poems, right? We're all done sharing poems. Why don't we start figuring out? Hold on a second. Is it just me, or did you say something strange just now? Huh? Something did sound a bit unusual. That's right. You deviated from your usual catchphrase when addressing the club. Catchphrase? I don't have a catchphrase. Jeez. Why is the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it. Stagnating air is common, foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. Oh, God. In your books, maybe. Look, the only thing different is that Sayori isn't here. It's getting meta, guys. It seems you're right. Sigh. Sayori always helps lighten the mood a little bit, doesn't she? It It's almost like everyone's balance is thrown off a little when she's not around. Where the heck did she run off to anyway? I thought she just went to pee. Natsuki, please show some decency. Oh, come on. Ah, she actually wasn't feeling too well and she went home early. Is that so? I hope she's alright. Seriously? Of all the times to not go home with her, you picked the time she's not feeling well? I need comfort soon. It's gonna get really sad. Gotta pet the starfish. Because it's about to get crazy, guys. So much for you two being all lovey-dovey. Oh no. First of all, stop misunderstanding my friendship with Sayori. And second, she's kind of been avoiding me today, so I didn't want to force it. Who? That curious expression coming from Yuri, of all people. Calm down, guys. I talked to her earlier and everything is fine. What did she say? Anyway, we need to figure out the rest of the festival preparations, so let's decide what everyone will be doing this weekend. I already know what I'm doing. That's right. Natsuki will be making cupcakes. But we might need a lot of them, and different flavors. Can you handle that all by yourself, Natsuki? Challenge accepted. And as for myself, I'm going to be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Sayori will be helping me design them. And as for Yuri, you can, guys, can you help me come up with something for Yuri? I'm useless. No, that's not it at all. You're the most talented person here, you know? It's about to get crazy. Natsuki's pouting too? Geez, even I can tell now. I guess I've never gave Sayori enough credit, but I can tell things are even harder on you when she's not around. Ah, that may be the case, but if I can't also be a leader on my own, then I won't grow as a person. So Yuri, you have beautiful handwriting, you know? So you should make some banners and decorate to help set the atmosphere. Atmosphere? About that. I love atmosphere. Yuri's expression suddenly changes as she stares at her desk in focus and starts nodding to herself. Your mind is already racing, I see. That's great. You'll be wonderful, Yuri. But anyway, that just leaves you, Starfish, the one who is truly useless. Don't say that. In fact, both Natsuki and Yuri have some pretty heavy tasks to handle. It would probably go a long way to give one of them a hand. You could always help me out as well. I would really appreciate that. Is Monica suggesting I spend the weekend with one of my club members? How on earth are they going to respond to a suggestion like that? Ah, I suppose I wouldn't mind a bit of help. Well, even if you don't know how to bake, there's always some dirty work I could give to you. It's not like Monica's going to give me a choice, and you shouldn't be sitting on your butt anyway. Natsuki tries to mumble a bunch of excuses like that. If I recall, Natsuki, you mentioned that you would like to handle the baking on your own. Starfish may not like to be around if you only make him out to be a nuisance. So therefore, he may be more suited to assisting with the decorations. Hold on, I never said that. How hard could it be to make a few decorations anyway? Sounds more like you're just making excuses for Starfish too. What are you saying? It will be extremely meticulous work. And baking isn't? Just what do you think? Guys, let's settle down for a moment. In the end, I think it's up to Starfish to decide how he'd like to contribute. Besides, he hasn't really gotten a chance to spend any time with me yet, you know? So I'm sure he's interested in... You literally just said... I'm surprised as well. Sorry. I was just saying though, geez. Can we just settle this already? Yeah. Starfish, You're okay with this, right? In the end, it's up to you. Of course. Very well. In that case, everyone looks straight at me. But of course, I'm going with... Let's go with, I never went with Natsuki, so let's do that. Well, baking sounds like it could be fun. And you guys made it sound like a lot of work, so it could probably use 2 people. Don't worry. Baking is a ton of fun. You'll definitely agree. Huh? Just a minute ago, you were saying that. There we go. I believe I only did, I did Yuri for sure. And I may have done Natsuki. Sayori. No blood. We like that. Never mind, okay? Well, anyway, you'll be fine by yourself, right, Yuri? Of course. I'm used to it after all. That's good. Even though Yuri is being melodramatic, it's a little hard not to feel bad. So that's everything, right? Anything else we need to talk about? Nope, I think that's about it. Are you guys excited? Yes. Everything except the performance is going to be awesome. I don't think that really counts. What about you, Starfish? Me? I guess you could say I'm interested to see how it'll turn out. That's good enough for me. What about you, Yuri? Yuri? She's still sulking. Natsuki starts pouting too. It's not that big of a deal or anything. Well, it might not be just that. I think that Yuri might just be feeling a little underappreciated in general. Having to come up with something for her to do, and then nobody offering to help. That doesn't mean... Natsuki glances back and forth between everyone with a worried expression. Look. Natsuki goes over and puts her hands down on Yuri's shoulders. Yuri, you really are the most talented one here. And you're going to help make the event a lot more fun and welcoming. I mean, the cupcakes will probably help a lot too. But you're going to make the atmosphere special. That'll be really important for the way that people feel during the performance. So, you need to stop being dumb and give yourself a little more credit. Natsuki releases her hands and turns around to face the other direction. You didn't really mean that, did you? Not really, but Yuri isn't the only one surprised. Monica and I are also taken back by Natsuki's words. Natsuki of all people to be saying such encouraging things. But I begin to understand. Natsuki wasn't trying to sound like Sayori. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I can tell that she tried to say something Sayori would say at a time like this. Because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves. I'm sorry for being dumb. I'm going to do my best. And all of us are going to make it really great event. Yeah? I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that, there's nothing more for today. So I guess the time for us to head out. Okay, but I'm staying here a bit longer. I barely got to do any reading today, so fair enough. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone packs up their things. I start to follow Monica and Yuri out the door as they chat between each other. Where are you going? We still need to figure out our plans for this weekend. You literally would have gotten home and realized that you didn't even have a way to contact me. Oh, that's true. I have no idea how that slipped my mind. Geez, good thing I stopped you. I'm giving you my number, okay? You better not make it weird or anything. Why would I do that? Natsuki gives me her number. Okay. I'm coming over on Sunday. I'll bring all the ingredients. Wait, you're coming to my house? Well, yeah. What's wrong with that? I mean, I just figured that since I'm the one helping, I would be going to your house. Yeah, right. Like I could have a guy over my house. My dad would kill me. Really? That's kind of strict if you ask me. Yeah, how do you think I feel? I can't do anything when my dad is home. I know, right? I was literally inches away from the door, not having to do anything, And she's like, she's like, got him. Anyway, I just needed to complain for a second. We have each other's numbers now. She was like, what the? That's all I need from you. I guess I'll text you when I'm coming over. All right, fine by me. Yeah, I'm really going to show you why I love baking so much. So you better look forward to it. Oh? Didn't you say you were just going to give me the dirty work? Well, I was just saying that. It's not like I could act like in front of everyone that I was looking forward to this. Wait, really? Well, kind of. Just because I never get to bake with someone else before. That's all it is, so... Alright, I get it. Sorry for overreacting. Anyway, I'll be heading out now. See you on Sunday. Never mind. I can't believe this. Natsuki is going to be coming to my house on Sunday. My anxiety shoots through the roof. Even though I've gotten pretty used to handling her at this point, there's no telling what might end up happening when we're outside of school. More than that, she told me that she was looking forward to it. Is this the chance I have to make something happen between us? Or is this too early for that? Only time will tell. But until then, I won't be able to take my mind off of it. I seriously can't wait. Alright, I need to get some water. I'll be right back. I'm back. Gotta have a little cough drop. My throat's hurting. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm Starfish, and we're 4 hours into Doki Doki. It's already Sunday. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Natsuki's upcoming visit. I keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. I wonder if she'll act any different when it's just the two of us. Meanwhile, she's been texting me a lot. We sent each other one after each other one after exchanging numbers to double check, but it turned into a conversation. She's almost a different person on the phone, using tons of emoji and cute language. She also really likes complaining about things, but I kind of saw that one coming. But putting Natsuki aside, I haven't heard a thing from Sayori since she left club earlier the other day. It's not like we text each other all the time or anything, but I've been worried about her in the back of my mind. Between what Sayori said and what Monica said, is it really okay for me to put Sayori's feelings aside when she might need me? Oh God. I decided to visit Sayori before Natsuki comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her I'm coming over, much like we've done in the past. Once I reach Sayori's house, I knock on the door before entering myself. Again, we used to play so often that we made it a habit of simply entering each other's house like we were family. The house is quiet. That's a good sign. Sayori isn't anywhere on the first floor, so I assume she's up in her room, probably cleaning the room. It's already strange of her to not run down and greet me. I head up to her bedroom, where I finally find her. Sayori? Hi, Starfish. Whew! Dodge that bullet, guys. She's perfectly fine. I sit down in her room. Sayori forces a smile, but it's easy to see that she's different. There is a minute of silence between us. You haven't come over like this in a long time, have you? I guess you're right. It has been a long time. Not much has really changed, has it? Sayori's room is as messy as it has always been. I always recognize the same stuffed animal and wall decorations that she's had for years now. If you came over more often, it wouldn't be such a mess. That's because I end up cleaning it for you. How come you suddenly wanted to come over today? Aren't you supposed to see Natsuki today? Yeah, but wait, how did you know that? Monica told me. It's only natural for her to keep me informed about the festival preparations, right? That's true. But what about you? Aren't you going to be helping Monica today? Of course. But I'm just helping her online. We didn't plan to meet up or anything. So it's just me and Natsuki then? Yep. There's more silence between us. Sayori stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. I just wanted to see how you were doing after you left on Friday. When something's wrong, you can't hide it from me. I know you too well. So Sayori smiles, shaking her head. That's no good, Starfish. Huh? Why can't it just be like it's always been? This is all my fault. If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings, if I didn't make that stupid mistake, then you wouldn't have been worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here. You wouldn't have been thinking about me right now. But this, it's just my punishment, isn't it? I'm getting punished for being so selfish. I think that's why the world decided to have you come over today. It just wants to torture me. Sayori. I grab Sayori by the shoulders. What on earth are you saying? Are you listening to yourself right now? I know something's happened to you. There's no other explanation for you to be like this. So tell me already. Until I know, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Sayori gives me an empty smile. You really put me in a trap, Starfish, but you're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I've always been like this. You're just seeing it for the first time. Seeing what? What are you talking about, Sayori? You're really just going to make me say it, aren't you, Starfish? I guess I have no choice this time. The thing is, I've had really bad depression my whole life. Did you know that? Why do you think I'm late to school every day? Because most days I can't even find a reason to get out of bed. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? Why go to school? Why eat? Why make friends? Why make other people put their energy and caring to waste by having them spend it on me? That's what it feels like. And that's why I just want to make everyone happy without anyone worrying about me. I'm in shock. I can't even figure out how to respond. How is it possible that Sayori kept this from me the entire time that I've known her? Did she really want so badly for me to just not think about her? Why, Sayori? Why is it that you've never told me about this? It almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Because if I knew, I would have done everything I could to support you. Even if there's only so much that I could do. I would have tried a little bit harder to make every day a little better for you. That's why I'm your friend. All you had to do was tell me. You don't understand at all, Starfish. Why do you think I didn't tell you? Because if I told you, then you would have to waste effort caring about me instead of doing important things. I don't want to be cared about. It's bittersweet when people try to care about me. It feels like sometimes, but it also feels like a bat being swung against my head. That's why I wanted so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Helping everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. But then I discovered something else too. Seeing you make friends and get closer with everyone in the club, it feels like a spear going through my heart. So that's why I decided the world just wants to torture me. Every path leads to nothing but hurt. You're right that I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Sayori. But I don't need to understand. Whatever it takes for me to help you stop hurting, that's what I'll do. No, Starfish, there's nothing at all. The only thing that could have helped is if everything could be like it always was. But I was selfish. I finally showed you what a horrible person I am. Tears streaked down Sayori's face. I made you join the literature club because I was selfish. I was punished by my heart hurting in a way that I couldn't understand. And now you came here and I made you hurt too. I'm just weak and selfish. That's all I am. And that's why I'm going to accept these punishments. Because I deserve every last one. Without thinking, I once again grab Sayori's shoulders. This time, I pull her into a tight embrace. Huggy, huggy. Starfish. Sayori, I don't care if you feel selfish. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. If I make friends with everyone else, then that's just a bonus. But please, never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way, Starfish. Sayori isn't hugging me back. Despite my arms being wrapped around her, Sayori's arms remain at her sides. She starts sobbing next to my ear. No. Don't do this to me. Please don't do this, Starfish. Sayori barely manages to speak her sobs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but all I want is for her to know that I care. If you have it in you to call yourself selfish, then you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make these feelings go away. And if there's anything that you need me to do, then you better tell me. I'll get mad if you don't. I don't know. Gently, Sayori finally puts her arms around me in return. I don't know anything. It's all really scary. I don't understand any of my feelings, Starfish. The only time I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. But your hugs are so warm, and that's really scary too. Sayori lets me go. Selfish starfish, 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 selfish starfish. That is a tongue twister. Selfish starfish. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. The festival is tomorrow. Yeah. It's going to be fun, right? Selfish starfish, selfish starfish, selfish starfish. How would you like for me to spend it all? How would you like for me to spend it all with you? It's what I want. I promise. I think that would be nice then. Yeah. Sayori wipes her eyes. If I could spend the whole day here, I would. Of all days, this has to be the one where I have other plans. How long does it take to read through all this? Like 8 hours? Maybe I should cancel. No, don't. Please don't. If you did that, then I wouldn't really forgive you. But it's almost time for Natsuki to meet at my house. At the very least, do you want to come along and help out? It would be fun. To my surprise, Sayori shakes her head. I'm sorry. I don't know if that would be very good for me today. You understand, right? It's kind of hard for me to fully understand, but I'm trying my hardest. It's okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Alright. I look forward to it. I say goodbye to Sayori and exit the house. On the way home, I find myself still feeling uneasy. But it's hard for me to keep thinking about it when Natsuki is about to come over. I think Sayori is right. I shouldn't be worrying too much, and we're definitely going to have a great time tomorrow. I should just focus on what's ahead of me. I spend only a few minutes back at home anxiously awaiting Natsuki's arrival. Before I know it, she texts me to let me know she's outside the front door. Without delay, I open the front door and let her in. Sup? Hey. I don't know what I was expecting, but seeing Natsuki in something other than her school uniform totally threw me off. Seeing her in such cute clothes makes the uniform seem totally unfitting in comparison. Jeez, don't make it feel so awkward already. It's gonna be a long afternoon, so don't be weird just because you're not used to seeing me outside of school. Anyway, I'm coming in. I see you brought a lot of stuff. Natsuki is carrying a large bag that is probably full of baking supplies. Well, I didn't want to come all this way to find out that your kitchen isn't equipped for the job. You brought everything I asked you to, right? Yeah, I did. Yesterday, Natsuki asked me to buy a bunch of ingredients if I didn't already have them at home. Good. Glad I could count on you to do your part. Well, of course. I'm surprised to hear Natsuki suddenly say that rather than something snarky like she usually does. Could it be that she is a little different outside of school after all? Anyway, let's go to the kitchen. What, you're not even going to offer to take this heavy bag for me? Where's your hospitality, Starfish? Come on. Since when did I need to be a gentleman? I grab the bag Natsuki holds out to me. Ugh. This is ridiculously heavy. I carried that all the way here. Are you impressed? I see now. Yeah, I'm impressed, Natsuki. It seems like I always understand you. It's because I'm so small, isn't it? You're a jerk. Natsuki hits a fist into my chest. Hey! Your size has nothing to do with it. Do you really hate being small that much? It's not like I hate it. I mean, sometimes I like proving people wrong when they only think I'm worth my size. It's fun when I get to be small and also better than other people. But, geez, never mind. What are you making me say? Don't think you can make me talk about weird things just because we're not at school. Are we getting started or what? There's a lot of stuff I gotta teach you. What? That's a little bit more like you. You're more fun when you just speak your mind like that. Hey, now are you treating me like a kid? I was just trying to be a little nicer to you, you know. And just because I don't have a mature and sexy figure like Yuri doesn't mean you should treat me like... Natsuki catches her words and her face turns red. Natsuki, forget it. I didn't say anything. I should apologize. Ugh. I appreciate that you were trying to be nicer. I should be a little more considerate too. But also, if that's what you're thinking, then you should know there are tons of guys who are into body types like yours. How would you know that anyway? Just trust me on this one. Gross. Hey. Was that to me? Who else? Man, let's just get started already. You get all sour when a girl calls you gross. I finally found your weakness, Starfish. Natsuki smiles devilishly. Please spare me. Well, if Natsuki decides to dish out more insults like that, there's no way I'm not fighting back. But she's satisfied enough for now, finally starting to pull things out of her bag so we can get started. Before long, the whole kitchen is a mess. Spoons, dirty bowls, flowers, spilled fluid, and plastic bags are strewn about every countertop. Natsuki's about as subtle as a dead fish in champagne glasses. But you gotta admire her honesty. I have a tough time being around people like that because I work with a variety of people, probably like 200 people. And I work in a small team on top of that. And those that behave that way, I have a tough time. Like very blunt people. Because I keep to myself, my feelings to myself a lot. And I'm kind of passive. So, it's like the opposite type of person. The mixer isn't big enough to make all the batter at once. So we've had to do it ourselves. Do it several times. Which character do you see yourself in the most? Meanwhile, Natsuki is babysitting all of my movements to make sure I don't mess up her precious baking. Starfish, where do you put the food coloring? The batter is going in the oven soon, so I need to fill the tray. I think it's still in the bag next to the table. What are you using it for? To color the batter, of course. I'm making each tray a different color. That way, even if the flavors aren't different, everyone can still pick their favorite. Yeah, I resonate the most with Sayori as well. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm the same way. That's a cute idea. I'm not very depressed like that. But definitely a people pleaser and try to be happy. Are we doing anything? Try to act happy. Are we doing anything like that with the icing? Do you want to? Some. How long will I stream? We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes. I don't think I'm going to have enough time to finish the game because I have to, at the very latest, I have to leave at 5. You know, I'd have to be done by 5:30 because I have class. So I don't have enough time to finish the game, I don't think. Yeah, if this is the halfway point. I'll probably end around 4. Yeah, it's a good one to listen to because there's a lot of dialogue, right? I saw that I have like 4 viewers, so I figured you were doing that. Yeah, so I'll probably wrap up at like 4. It's 3:22 now. You're asking me? I don't really have a preference, so come on. You're not putting any heart into this at all. A very long, intense bedtime story. I agree. Can you at least try to have fun? Yeah, I'm glad to be the backdrop for you guys today. I'm the same way. Like, if I'm working on schoolwork, I love having a streamer on and just, like, listening and then glancing from time to time. So, I appreciate that. I'm having fun. I'm not really sure what Natsuki is trying to get out of me. That's something that held me back a while, because I was like, you know, who would want to watch me? Who would want to, like, have me on in the background or something? And it's great to have that, to be that for people. Meanwhile, I see her separate the batter into smaller bowls and put a few drops of food coloring into each. That does look pretty cool. See? It's not like baking. It's just about following. It's not like baking is just about following instructions. The presentation is where you get to be creative and have the most fun. It's a million times more worth it in the end if you just look at it. It makes everyone's eyes lighten up. Like the one you made on my first day, huh? I recall Natsuki proudly presenting her cat-shaped cupcakes and Sayori and Monika's delighted expressions. I wonder if I can make Natsuki proud like that too. Yeah? Maybe I'll use the food coloring then. Sounds like you're starting to understand. Just make sure you completely finish mixing the icing before you mess with the food coloring. Yeah, it's getting there. We were using the electric mixer for the batter, so I got stuck with the whisk and a huge bowl for the icing. Remember when our mixer broke some? The icing is still all lumpy. Are you even trying? Well, yeah. It's just, it'll take a little longer. Geez, I'll be here all night if you do it like that. Here, look. Natsuki grabs the whisk from me and uses her other hand to tilt the bowl back. You really need to beat the crap out of it. After a few seconds, the consistency of the icing has already improved. That's right, gotta get a new mixer. See? As if to emphasize, Natsuki sticks a finger in the icing and pops it into her mouth. I reluctantly start to do the same. Hey! Natsuki suddenly grabs my wrist. I don't want your gross fingers in my icing. Your icing, huh? Are you forgetting who did all the work? I start to fight back, trying to inch my finger toward the bowl. Don't make me beat the crap out of you next. I'd like to see you try. I push harder, just enough for my finger to reach the icing. I triumphantly scoop some with my finger, just as Natsuki tugs with all her might. The force of Natsuki pulling me causes me to stumble, making her stumble into turn. It was a kitchen tragedy. It's a lot of work when you don't have an electric mixer. It hurts your wrists. Gross. You got it on my face. Whose fault is that? There's a big glob of icing on Natsuki's cheek. She tries to reach it with her tongue, but it's too far away. Jeez. You know what? Take this. Natsuki instead wipes it off with her finger before shoving her finger toward my own face. You wish. I'm faster. I grab her wrist with my hand before it reaches my face. Natsuki tries her own hand to fight back, but I grab that one as well. Stop. Not until you apologize for calling me gross. Fine. I'm sorry for calling you gross. You know I don't mean it. It's just fun seeing you react to it. You do that to me all the time, you know, saying dumb things to get a reaction out of me. You really shouldn't tease girls like that. Is that so? In that case, I probably should. I take Natsuki's finger and put it in my mouth, licking off the icing. What? Did you seriously just... Natsuki is so surprised that she can't even figure out how to get mad at me. Her face is entirely red. Starfish, you really shouldn't do that kind of thing to girls unless you really like them. You know that? You know that, right? What kind of question is she asking me just like that? How did the mood turn to this so quickly? Natsuki gazes at me in silence. I notice her shallow breaths. Why am I starting to feel dizzy? Yeah, I know. It's like when we wrestle. Huh? They started to wrestle. Out of nowhere, the fire alarm starts to go off. Natsuki rushes over to the oven. Is something burning? I thought you didn't put the cupcakes in yet. No wonder. You left a dirty tray in here, dummy. How could you make a mistake like that? You should have checked before turning the oven on. Sounds like me. Don't blame me for your mistakes. Jeez. Natsuki uses an oven mitt to grab the blackened tray out of the oven. She sets it on top of the stove. In another moment, the fire alarm stops. I'm gonna get some more water. Anyway, I'm putting them in the oven now. Yeah? The tension from the moment before still lingers over our heads, but that moment has already been lost. I watch as Natsuki slides the cupcake trays into the oven. Then I reluctantly pick up the whisk and continue with the icing, like nothing ever happened. Ah, that smells so good. The cupcakes are ready to be pulled out of the oven. As soon as Natsuki opens the oven door, a blast of sweet-smelling warm air fills the room. Look how cute they all look. She proudly shows off the differentiated color cupcakes in each of the trays. Hey, Wasa, welcome back. How's your day? You said you're from Colombia, right? They'll look even better once we add the icing. Not like you need to tell me that. Very cool. The creator of that Backrooms game tweeted me the other day and said there's some new updates coming to the game, so I'm very excited for that. I brought decorating stuff, so I hope you can get creative. Do you know this game, Wasa? Doki Doki? Here, scoop the icing into these bags. We also have some abroad lurking and Kusero lurking, so welcome, welcome. Natsuki hands me some plastic bags. I have those nozzles that will make it look nice and fluffy. This one can even make flowers. We probably won't be using it this time, though. What's this one for? I pick up one of the nozzles that has a much thinner tip than the others. Got me to stretch? That's a good idea. I need to do the wrist stretch. Oh, that felt nice. Thank you. That one's really thin, so you can use it to make stripes or other patterns. But you can also use it to write stuff on a cake. Like happy birthday or whatever. Huh, I see. That gives me an idea, actually. Huh? Go ahead, ask me anything. Well, it's a literature, even right. We could make it more literature themed by writing a different by writing a different word on each of the cupcakes. It would be fun to see people choose their cupcake based on a word they like. What's your favorite game, Wasa? I was kind of expecting you to say something really stupid, but that's actually a really cute idea. So, maybe I'm getting it from you? What's that supposed to mean? I'm not cute. Come on. We're not at school. Nobody's judging. You can't dress and act like this and not expect me to think you're cute. You can't dress and act like this and not expect me to think you're cute. I plan to play that tomorrow. I'll probably play that tomorrow. I don't work until 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, so I'll probably play it tomorrow morning. What's your schedule like, Wasa? Yeah, I've got a couple sounds. Got a couple sounds. Natsuki's voice trails off. Same with you. Yeah, I'll play Backrooms tomorrow. Did you say something? No, nothing. Let's just do the icing. Natsuki picks up the pace and fastens a nozzle onto each of the bags. There's a lot to do, so we shouldn't be wasting our time. Here, I'll show you how to do it. Without giving me a chance to think about before, Natsuki quickly moves on. She shows me how to apply the icing, and then we get to work. When we finally finish, Natsuki puts them all side by side to admire our work. Thanks for checking in, Wasa. Look how pretty they are together. Yeah, they are, aren't they? I wish I could have one now. Well, there's no reason you can't, right? I don't see any harm in that. Well, yeah, but my dad's making dinner tonight, so I really need to save my appetite. Sayori is the exact opposite in that regard. If she was here, we'd probably be down to 10 cupcakes already. And she would still eat dinner. Come on, that's unhealthy. Besides, when my dad cooks, I need to eat as much of it as I can. Well, anyway, I was hoping we would have time for manga, but I need to be home for dinner. Already? That's a shame. It's your fault for working so slowly. You should have thought about that. It's not like you'll always have this chance. Wasa, you're liking those sand dollars. Nice. Man, as usual, Natsuki places the blame on me. I'll give you an applause. Wasa is the king of sand dollars. You can bring the cupcakes tomorrow, right? If you and Sayori each carry some, then you can probably do it in one trip. Yeah, I can do that. And don't worry, I won't let her eat any. I wish she would listen to me the way she listens to you. Yeah, again, think back to the conversation I had with Sayori earlier today. I felt so hopeless. Sayori always does listen to me, but at that point, it felt like she couldn't listen to me at all. Okay, I'm all packed up. Good work today. You too. I'll walk you out, I guess. Just like that, Natsuki is already about to leave. It feels like the afternoon went by in a flash. More than that, I didn't even take the opportunity to get closer to her like I wanted. Well, I guess I'll be off then. Thanks for all the help and everything. I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, Natsuki. Huh? What you said before about not always having this chance, it doesn't have to be that way at all. I had fun today. You showed me how fun baking can be, like you wanted. But aside from that, you can come over anytime, okay? I think that if possible, I'd like to spend more time like this. If you want to read manga, or go out somewhere, do you really mean this? Natsuki looks at me tensely, like she's trying to hide her expression. Yeah? I want to spend more time with you. Starfish, I thought you only cared about getting this done. I'm sorry I had to leave so early today. I really didn't want to. I would really stay here longer if I could. I feel the same way as you, so... Wasa, your country has the best coffee. Colombian roast. Some wants me to hydrate. We'll take that. I've been doing these cough drops too, see? My throat hurts from all this reading. Bye, Wasa. Thanks for stopping by. Wait, Natsuki. Standing inches from me, Natsuki looks up at me. Bye-bye. I feel her fingers gently clutch at the sides of my shirt, as if holding on to me. Her rose-colored cheeks and matching eyes fill my vision, along with her slightly parted lips. What is happening? My head starts to go dizzy as I feel her soft breaths against me. I've felt it for a while now. Bye. See you later. Thank you for being here. Peace. Natsuki suddenly jumps back. Hi, Starfish. Sayori. Just now we weren't... It's okay, Starfish. I just stopped by to say hi. Ah, well... That's how this game's acting. They're like, I feel her hot breath on my neck. I'm like, Jesus Christ. You should have come a little earlier. I'm already on my way out, so... Oh, really? That's too bad. Yeah, well, I'll still see you at the festival tomorrow, so it's fine. Just don't eat any cupcakes before then. Anyway, later. Clearly, the flustered Natsuki hurries off, and Sayori waves goodbye. Sayori, I thought you didn't want to come over today. Well, I tried staying in my room, but my imagination was being really mean to me. So I had to come here and see for myself. See what? What are you talking about? You know, how much fun you were having with Natsuki. Now kiss. Baby. And how close you get to her. It makes me really happy that you've made such a good friend. That's all that matters to me. Tears start to fall down Sayori's face. That's all that matters to me. Why am I feeling this way, Starfish? I'm supposed to be happy for you. Why does it feel like my heart is splitting in half? It hurts so much. Everything hurts so much. This would be so much better if I just disappeared. Sayori, don't say that. It's true, Starfish. If I wasn't here, then you wouldn't have to waste your sympathy on me. You wouldn't have to put up with me being selfish. Monica was right. I should just... Monica? Monica was right about what? Sayori, what I said before is true. I'm not going to let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't the burden your mind is making it out to be. It's something that makes me happy. It's something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. So even if it takes an entire lifetime, I'm going to be by your side until you don't feel any more pain. Let me save. It's been a little while. But Sayori looks away. I put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. I'm scared, Starfish. I'm really scared. What are you scared of, Sayori? I'm scared that I might like you more than you like me. Yeah, that's true. Sayori, it's true, isn't it? It's true, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? It's true, isn't it? I was weak and startled and started to like you too much. I did this to myself, Starfish. I like you so much that I want to die. That's how I feel. And that's enough, Sayori. I don't want you to hurt anymore. I slide my hand down Sayori's arm and squeeze her hand in my own. Do you remember how I said I always knew what's best for you? Do you still believe me? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Even if you don't understand all of your own feelings, I know you need to the most right now. And that's what I'm going to give you to. I love you. Or I can say you'll always be my dearest friend. I did I love you last time, so you'll always be my dearest friend. What you need most is for things to be like they've always been. Monica told me the truth. She told me how much happier you seemed after I joined the club. I know you're struggling with some really difficult feelings right now, but please trust me that I know what's best, and I will make you happy in the end. I promise I'll get things back to the way they were. I see. Sayori forces a smile through an incredibly pained expression. Is this what it feels like to get stabbed in the chest? I should write a poem about this. Oops. Sayori, it's okay. This is just my punishment, remember? For being so selfish. So please don't worry about these stupid feelings. I know you're right. I knew this whole time there's no happiness down that path. That's why I came here, just so I could get the answer I needed to hear. And the other thing, you're also right that I just want to get it to go back to the way it was. I realize that now. You really do know me much better than anyone, Starfish. I'll trust you with anything. Anything at all. So, Sayori's smile finally breaks. All of a sudden, she turns around and drops to her knees. Clutching her head with both hands, she screams as loudly as she can. Jeez. I'm so shocked that I don't know how to react. Sayori looks over her shoulder and flashes me one more weak smile before she's turning around and running off. Sayori! I'm left helplessly standing in the front of my house. Why am I feeling so horrible about this? There's nothing more that I could have done. The most I can do is support Sayori through her feelings and help her on the path that's right. But I'm having as much trouble understanding Sayori's feelings as she is. Even though I can comfort her, I keep wondering if I should be doing something more or something different. I know these thoughts will continue to plague me until things are back to the way they were. I'm going to give everything I've got. Sayori will always be my dearest friend, and I'll do whatever it takes to put a smile on her face every day. Wow. It's the day of the festival. Of all days, I expected this to be the one where I'd be walking to school with Sayori. But Sayori isn't answering her phone. I considered going to her house to wake her up, but decided that's a little too much. Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. I managed to carry all the cupcakes myself by carefully stacking the 2 trays. Natsuki is already texting up a storm, but I can't respond thanks to my hands being full. Funny enough, I probably feel the same way as Natsuki about the event. I'm more excited for it to be over so I can spend some time with Sayori and Natsuki at the festival. But knowing Monica, I'm sure the event will be great too. Starfish, you're the first one here. Thanks for being early. That's funny. I thought at least Yuri would be here by now. Monica is placing a little booklet on each of the desks in the classroom. They must be the ones she prepared that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a random poem online that I thought Monica would like and submitted it. So that's the one I'll be performing. I'm surprised you didn't bring Sayori with you. Yeah, she overslept again, that dummy. You'd think that on days this important she'd try a little harder. But I suddenly remember what Sayori told me yesterday, and I suddenly feel awful knowing it's not nearly that simple for her. I only said it because it's the way I'm used to thinking, but maybe I should have gone to wake her up after all. You should take a little responsibility for her, Starfish. I mean, especially after your exchange with her yesterday. You kind of left her hanging this morning. Exchange? Monica, you know about that. Of course I do. I'm the club president after all, but I stammer embarrassed. Did Sayori really tell her about it that quickly? About how I basically turned down her confession? That makes me really seem like the bad guy here. But I'm the one who knows what's best for her, right? Jeez. You don't know the full story at all, so don't worry. I probably know a lot more than you think. than you think. Huh? Monica's being as friendly as usual, but for some reason, I felt a chill down my spine after hearing that. Hey, do you want to check out the pamphlets? They came out really nice. Yeah, sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid out on the desk. Oh yeah, they really did. Something like this will definitely help people take the club more seriously. Yeah, I thought so too. I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving it an almost professional feel. I recognized Natsuki and Yuri's poems from the ones they performed during our practice. What's this? I flipped to Sayori's poem. It's different from the one she practiced. It's one that I haven't read before. Get out of my head, 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 get out of my head. What is this? Reading the poem, I got a pit in my stomach. Starfish? What's wrong? Nothing. This poem feels completely different from everything else Sayori has written. But more than that, I changed my mind. I'm going to get Sayori. All right. Try not to take long, okay? I quickly leave the classroom. Don't strain yourself. Monica calls that out after me. I quicken my pace. What was I thinking? I should have tried a little bit harder for Sayori. It's not a big deal to at least wait for her or to help wake her up. Even the simple gestures of walking her to school makes me really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday things will be the same as they always have been. That's all she needs and what I want to give her. I reach Sayori's house and knock on the door. I don't expect an answer since she's not picking her phone up. Like yesterday, I open the door and let myself in. Sayori, she's a really heavy sleeper. I swallow. I can't believe I ended up doing this after all. Waking her up in her own house. Isn't that more like something a boyfriend would do? In any case, it just feels right. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door. Sayori? Wake up, dummy. There's no response. I really didn't want to have to enter her room like this. Isn't it kind of a breach of privacy? But she really leaves me no choice. I gently open the door. I'm sure she's fine. No! No. Why? Why? Yeah, she's fine. It's just a little code, you know? It hurt me more last time because I chose love instead of friendship. What the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be. This isn't real. There's no way this can be real. Sayori wouldn't do this. Everything was normal up until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe what my eyes are showing me. I suppressed the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I like this song though. This is actually kind of cool. I told Sayori I would be there for her. I told her I know what's best and that everything will be okay. Then why? Why would she do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Turning down her confession? That has to be what pushed her over the edge. Her agonized scream still echoes in my ears. Why do I do that to her when she needed me the most? Why was I so selfish? This is my fault. My swarming thoughts keep telling me everything I could have done to prevent this. If I just spent more time with her, walked her to school, and gave her what I knew she wanted out of our relationship, then I could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this. Screw the literature club. Screw the festival. I just lost my best friend. Someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now. Nothing I can do will bring her back. This isn't some game where I can reset and try something different. I had only one chance. I wasn't careful enough. And now I'll carry this guilt with me until I die. And I'll carry this guilt with me until I die. Nothing in my life is worth more than hers. But I still couldn't do what she needs from me. And now, I could never take it back. Never. 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 Yeah, send it. Good place to park it. I gotta do some chores and get a shower and get ready for class. Kusera, thanks for hanging out. You stayed most of the time. I really appreciate that. Thank you, son. Yeah, about 5 hours. A little more than half of the game left. Or a little less than half the game left. Appreciate you all being here with me. You know I had to. Thanks for hanging out. You're welcome for that.
Ha! Got him!
I use a stream deck. So like I have buttons for Twitch if I want to run an ad. Yes, a stream deck. I have the mini one, so it's only got like 6 buttons on there. But you basically have the audio files on your computer, and then it just plays them. It's pretty cool. I like it because if I go and get like water or something, I can run an ad on Twitch, so at least I'm not like doing anything important. I can set a marker, I can put on shield mode if someone gets too crazy. Alright guys, thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate the support. Bye.